Visibility Virtual Summit brought to you by Power Up Summit. I am super excited to invite you in to this powerhouse full of great speakers today and the next 2 days. Get ready for 2 days full of jam-packed information, and we're going to show you how to level up your visibility so you can make money. We'll be talking about, our speakers will be talking about branding, collaboration, networking, your personal brand so that you can become visible. We are going to be talking about so many different things, but get ready to tune in every day from 5:30 to 9:30 to see who's coming up next. You don't want to miss it. And we're going to start this off by my personal coach and mentor, Ty Miles, who is the CEO and founder of Empowered CEO Mastermind. She's a coach and a speaker, national speaker. Her topic is building your media genetic brand. Take over, Ty Miles.
Welcome to Level Up Your Visibility and Profitability event. My name is Ty Miles, and I am so excited to be sharing with you today. We're going to be talking all about building your mediagenic brand, and let's get ready to dive right in. I hope you guys are ready. While I am sharing my screen, I just want to let you know that I am a very straightforward, no fluff kind of teacher. So I'm going to be giving you straight, no chase, quick and dirty content today so that you can get some results in terms of moving the needle with your brand's visibility and profitability. So we're going to jump right in. I'm going to go over here. Let's start this presentation. All right, here we go. So today you're going to learn about 12 key areas that every entrepreneur, business owner, influencer needs to focus on in order to build a brand and business that not only attracts their ideal client, it builds rapport, it's going to create revenue, and most importantly of all, it's going to deliver value. Because when you can deliver value, people will listen. When you can deliver results, people will invest with you, and they would want to, organizations and other companies would want to partner with you. So these 12 key areas are so important to doing that. So I'm going to share with you in just a minute an overview of what I consider my mediagenic brand blueprint. There are 12 areas. I'm going to list out these 12 areas, and then I'm going to move forward with asking you a question for each of these 12 areas. And if you can answer each of these 12 questions, you have everything you need to build your mediagenic brand blueprint. This is going to be the blueprint that's going to not only help you have the clarity that you need to know who your business, who your brand, who your products are for, but also it's going to give you the clarity that you need to really identify other organizations, other companies, other individuals that you can collaborate with to accelerate your brand's visibility and profitability. So let's review those now. So these 12 key areas of a mediagenic brand are you, your audience, your unique value, your competition, your brand voice, your brand vision, your brand mission, your brand value, your brand story, your brand imagery, your brand kit, and your brand strategy. Each one of these areas are critical to having a complete strategy that can help you identify exactly who you want to target, exactly how you need to invest your time, how you need to invest your resources, exactly who you need to connect with and network with, and also who's not worth your time. right? Who you should not spend time collaborating and networking with, so that you can be very intentional in and focused in how you grow your brand, and how honestly how your brand will be perceived. Because people say it all the time, you know, you're like the 5 people who are around you. Well, that also applies to your business. Your reputation is going to be dictated by, I would say, those other 5 brands that are closest to you, that influence you, that you are connected to. Because we all know there's a such thing as borrowed credibility. By you being connected with other brands or associated with other brands, people will associate their values and what they stand for with what you stand for. So every piece of this Metagenic brand blueprint matters. Each one of these key areas matter. So let's jump into our first area, you. So the question that I have for you right now, what do you want to be known for? Not who are you, not what products or services your business offers, but what do you want to be known for? What do you want people to say about you when you are not in the room? Do you want them to say you're a hard worker, you're a person of integrity, you're a team worker, you're innovative? What do you want them to say about you? The next area, your audience. Who benefits the most from the product or service you provide? Now, many of you may have multiple client avatars. You may be able to identify several people that can benefit from your products or service, but who benefits the most? Those are going to be your top clients to target. You're going to want to look for communities where they will be. So it's very important that you answer this question so that you can know who benefits the most from your products and service. The next area is your unique value. What makes your product or service unique? Meaning, why would people decide to invest with you in terms of that product or service over someone else? And I'm just going to throw this little hint out there. Most often, what makes you unique is not really what it is you offer. It's why you got started in the first place. What happened to drive you toward providing the product or the service you have? Okay, let's keep it moving. The next area is your competition. Who are the key players and other experts in your industry? This is so important, because how can you convince a potential client that your service or the way that you get a specific result is better than your competition's if you haven't done the research to know how your competition serves their client, to know what their experience is like, to know if there is possibly a gap that your competition is not feeling that you can feel, right? So one of my good friends and colleagues, she says it like this. She said, when they zig, you need to zag. So you need to know how they're different, not so that you can compete with them, so that you can contrast with them. And the other thing I'll say about doing the work to identify other key players and experts in your industry is the power of collaboration. There are people who share your vision, whose values reflect your values, and they will be happy to connect with someone of like mind and like energy and like passion so that they can make a bigger impact. So understanding who your competition is so important. Next area, your brand voice. If your brand was a human, what 3 words would best describe its personality? This is so important. A big part of branding is brand recognition. So being recognized. And the more that you repeat a certain thing, that's how a reputation is really built. The way that you say things, the way that you do things, how you show up, when you repeat those things over and over again, people begin to recognize you for those things. And that's how a reputation is created. So it starts really with your brand voice. For me, I have a very authentic, very down-to-earth brand voice. So when I am writing, when I'm speaking, most often even how I dress is very simple, yet it is authentic, and sometimes it can be bold. So what are those 3 words that you will use to describe your brand or your business if it was a human? That's a fun activity. All right. So the next area is your brand vision. Where do you want your work to lead you? What is your biggest dream, your ultimate goal for your business or for your brand? What is your ultimate goal for your business or your brand? It doesn't mean that you have to have accomplished it now, but the total embodiment of your work, what do you want? What do you want it to look like? What does that look like for you? Do you want to be the number one leading individual in your industry? Do you want to be the most sought out in your industry? Do you want to cure something? Do you want to totally eradicate something? Do you want to empower people a certain way? This is your brand vision. So it's very important that you have like this big idea that you can work towards, because understanding specifically what your vision is going to really help you to be able to make quicker decisions as to who you connect with, how you spend your money, how you spend your time, your energy, and what to do and what not to do. You're going to be able to more clearly see that the clearer you get on your vision. The next area is your brand mission. Now, while your brand vision is the what you want to accomplish, what you want to be known for, where you want your work to lead you, your brand mission is all about how specifically you're going to achieve it. So this question is, how specifically will you go about achieving your ultimate dream? Will you provide one-on-one coaching? Will you provide speaking? Is there a specific product? Will you have events? How do you plan on providing and going about achieving your ultimate dream? What are the specific daily things you're going to do in your business? And I like to look at it this way. The vision is the destination. Your mission is more of the directions. Your vision is the destination. It's where you want to go. But your mission has to do with more of the directions. I'm going to take a left. I'm going to take a right. I'm going to keep straight. So that's your mission. And the question again is, how specifically will you go about achieving your specific dream as it relates to the products and services that you're going to provide? The next area is your brand values. What does your brand stand for? What does your brand stand for? It's so important that you identify what you stand for. We've heard it time and time again. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And so another thing that I love about your brand values is when you're very clear and you lead with your values, other people who share the same values with you as you, they're going to connect to you. They're going to want to be a part of your community. They're going to want to support your community, even if that means investing with you, because they just want to be in the energy. They want to be in the magic of what you are creating. So to give you an example, for me, integrity is a huge part, is a huge value. Teamwork, right? Family. My clients are like my extended family. My colleagues are my extended family. And I'm going to be honest here. I'll say this, that I like to be validated in my work. So I love to serve within communities that acknowledge the contribution that I bring. So these are all brand values. So let's go to the next area. The next area is your brand story. What story can you share as it relates to your business and the solution you provide? So you don't want to just tell any story. Think about the product, the service that you offer. What story do you have that can really help your audience to understand why you got started, why you started to provide this service in the first place? What are you hoping to solve? What are you hoping to provide? So it positions your product and it positions the service that you offer. So what story can you share as it relates to your business and the solution you offer? All right. So next up we have your brand imagery. This is a huge one. And I'm talking about professional images. This could be your headshots. This can be lifestyle photos. Every business owner needs to have professional imagery of your products, of yourself. to speak to the services that you provide or the experience that you provide. Now, the question that I have for you, do your images reflect the quality and experience of your brand? Remember that you don't get a second chance at making a first impression. So if I was to go to your website, if your potential client went to your website, would the photos they see represent the products and service and the perception that you want them to think of you? If I went to your social media, if I listened to your podcast, right? Could I get a feeling of the energy, of the experience, of the quality of person and brand you are? This is very important. So your brand imagery is a huge key factor. And I would say, especially now, as most of our businesses are going online due to the pandemic, having professional imagery is so important because it's the first part that people use to build that rapport, to establish that trust. Do they look like someone I would invest my time or my money with, right? So brand imagery is very important. Next up is your brand kit. And for those of you who don't know what a brand kit is, it is your logo, it's your colors, it's your fonts, and it's your specific brand message, right? And so the question that I have for you, is your brand's visual identity consistent across all media and marketing platforms? So if the images that I just spoke about, if I went to your social media, say LinkedIn or Instagram or Facebook, will I see your logo represented in all of those spaces? Will I see your brand colors consistent across all those mediums? Will the brand voice, if you were down to earth on Instagram, will you be totally out of character on Facebook? They should be consistent. You don't, when you have to be consistent across all of your mediums, because again, this is going to help you create brand recognition. And when you repeat something over and over again, it becomes your reputation. And that's what branding is all about. So your brand kit, your images, your logo, your colors, your fonts, and your specific message. People should know in all these spaces, they should be able to clearly see what you do and get a feel for who you are across you should be able to really share that same visual identity across all of your social media platforms, to include your website. And also, I just want to say, this includes like your in-person. So it goes offline and online. Offline and online. If you're in person, if you're at an event, your marketing material. So your business card, your promotional material. So maybe you have a flyer or maybe you have a brochure. All of these things should be consistent across the board. And these things are based upon your brand kit. You need a brand kit. Your brand kit is going to help you ensure that you are consistent, that you are confident, that you are giving out the same energy and perception across the board, whether you are in person or whether you're online. Now we're at our final area, and this is your brand strategy. If you've been able to answer the previous 11 questions, you have everything you need to create a really good brand strategy, an effective brand strategy. So here's the question. How can you use this information to identify the best strategies that work for you and your business model to map out a visibility plan that makes it easy for you to show up consistently and confidently? So let me just spend a little time here really quickly. What do I mean by to map out a visibility plan? Because you know who your ideal client is now. You know who they are. You know what they value. You know the problems that they have. And so you already know that you're going to create a product or a service that solves that problem. So now you also understand where they hang out. If you understand where they hang out, you don't have to worry about trying to bring them to you. Your biggest concern when it comes to your visibility plan is, how can I go to them? How can I find the places that they're already hanging out? Is it is it on Facebook? Is it on LinkedIn? Is it in a specific Facebook group? Will they be at a specific event? Right? Because of the information and the questions that you've answered, you should have some data to help you answer those questions. Now, when you know where they are, whether it's online or whether it's offline at an event, you're going to want to pitch yourself. You're going to want to show up in those spaces. You're going to want to be a part of those events and add value in those spaces where they are in such a way that it invites pursuit. They begin to follow you. They begin to pay more attention to your brand, right? And then from there, you connect with them, and then eventually the goal would be to convert them into a client. So this is how you create that strategy based off the answers to the questions that I've posed to you today. You answer these questions, you're going to have the information that you need to create a visibility plan that's definitely going to help you amplify your visibility. And our goal is to really help you accelerate your profitability. So those are our 12 questions. I hope you have enjoyed our presentation today. You have everything you need to start building out a mediagenic brand that is going to certainly amplify your visibility and your profitability. That's all for today. Thank you again for such a huge listening. I hope you grab something that you can use in your business right away. And definitely, I hope to see you in Biloxi. Bye for now, and I'll see you later.
Thank you for staying with us. If you are enjoying what you have just seen, what Ty Miles just delivered, you want to be here in Biloxi, Mississippi, July the 24th through July the 26th. That's right, we're going live in person. So you want to get your tickets now. Tickets start as low as $59. But you want to stay tuned. You want to stay tuned in because we're offering a special on the elite. That's the elite ticket. So you want to stay tuned because we got a special coming for you and you don't want to miss it because it is definitely a special you want to be tuned into. So next up, one of my favorite person, and you know I got a lot of favorite people, but yeah, but I want to also, before I go to that, I want to shout out to Connie Lyons for tuning in. Hey, and then also I want to shout out to Mavis, who's also tuning in as well. And of course, I got to shout out to my daughter, Jasmine, Jasmine Paget, also tuning in. Thank y'all. I know there are more of y'all out there, but I just want to thank you for tuning in. So next up is Dr. Cherie Good, Dr. Cherie Good of the Twin Power. Oh, yes. I'm so excited. She's with us today, the Recharge Strategist. Dr. Cherie Good is a speaker, coach. She also founded her Recharge Expo as well. And in addition to that, this woman started not one, but two business during COVID. She is a 5-time best-selling author. She's also been on Wendy Williams' show and Dr. Oz and so many more. I'm going to turn this over because she's going to tell us about networking, marketing, collaborating. Welcome, Dr. Cherie Good.
Hello, 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 everybody. Thank you so much for having me, Kern. I am super excited. It is time to level up. Now, we've heard that famous saying that your network is your worth, but that is actually the truth. What is networking? Networking is that process of interacting with others to exchange information and to develop business or social contacts. What is your network? Your network is that group of interconnected people or things. So your network is your net worth. That means that your network is your value. Without a network, it's like you're a lone ranger just walking around aimlessly with no purpose, nowhere to go. Without your network, your business will become obsolete and it will disappear from the entrepreneurial roadmap. So it's imperative that you be network ready, that you're ready to market your business so that you can appeal to others for your business and for collaborative opportunities. So tonight I am super excited to share 10 ways to recharge your network and even add some more spark to your network so you can increase your net worth and be collaboration ready. So let's jump right in. Number one, you have to be visible. People cannot support what they don't know exists. So you have to make sure you're steadily posting to your social media sites. How are you marketing yourself? Are you putting your skills on blast? Do you have your website ready, up, running, not in maintenance mode, but actually running so people can actually see what you have to offer? Are you being regular on social media, or are you a fly by nighter? You post something, but then people don't hear from you again for another 2, 3 months, and they're wondering, are you still in business? Remember the saying, out of sight, out of mind? People will forget about you and your business if you are not visible. Number two, be approachable. A warm smile can do so much when it comes to people thinking that they can approach you to even speak with you about your business and even want to collaborate with you. Your messages should have a warm feeling that is inviting, that asks people to come on in. My arms are wide open to do business with you and collaborate with you. Number three, be prepared. So if you get that phone call today, are you ready to rock and roll? Are you ready to give that person what they need in order to do business with you? Do you have your media kit ready? Do you have your headshot ready to go? Do you have your bio all geared up and ready to hit send in that email? Is your message or your presentation ready to go where you're not fumbling and have to wonder what you're going to talk about? Have you researched your competition so that now when you have that collaborative conversation, you know what you can offer or bring to the table? Number four, be clear, be concise, and have a consistent message. If you're confused about what you do, others will be confused about what you do. So we have to make sure that we're taking all the confusion out of it and have our messages being very clear, being concise, be to the point. Don't fiddle around with what it is that you do. Let people know exactly that you are the go-to person in your area of expertise. And then be consistent. Again, that goes back to being visible. If you're not consistently visible, people will forget about you. Remember, out of sight, out of mind. If you want your business to be productive and be successful and you're ready to level up and power up, then you have to be visible, you have to be clear, you have to be concise. Number five, be confident. Nobody wants someone with their head hung low, not sure about what they do, or not even sure if they can accomplish a task at hand. But confident people win. So if you are a born winner and you are someone that wants to win in business and level up, it's time to exhume all the confidence inside of you. Walk with your head held high and talk confidently about your brand and your message. Number six, be worthy of networking with. So no one wants to do business with anyone who's not doesn't have worth themselves, right? So how are you presenting yourself as being worthy? Is your brand attractive to others? Have you taken the time out to actually look at your brand and see if your brand exudes the energy and the message that you truly want it to express? Are the colors of your brand indicative of the message that you are teaching? For instance, my company is Total Harmony Enterprises. When you think about harmony, what do you think about? Peaceful colors, colors that are serene. Like the colors behind me, you may be talking about the green, which gives you a calm setting. Green is all about calm, relieving anxiety. When you're feeling that peace, then you have that total harmony. But then you have to have life and vitality as well. So that's where the bright colors in my logo comes in. And then yellow is a color all about life and vitality, and also it's some nurturing with the pink in the logo. So what does your logo and your brand speak about the message that you teach? It must all align in order for you to be worthy of networking with. People will not collaborate with you if they don't find value in you. And again, your network is your net worth. How much value do you hold in your industry? Number seven, be eager. Now, don't be an overachiever and don't be overeager, but be eager. What that means is that you're not going to sit around and wait for that phone call to come to you. You're not going to say, oh, somebody will find me because I'm that great. No, you're going to take the time out and you're going to reach out to others. When you see an opportunity or you see someone that's in maybe your same genre of business or your same area of work, reach out to that person. If you love their message, reach out to them for collaborations. There's nothing wrong with being the first one to reach out. Number eight, you have to be reachable. So, how many times have you sent people to voicemail? So, if they're calling your business, are they getting a live person or are they getting a voice message that you probably don't check for like a week or so, and then you've missed a great opportunity? So, if you're talking about networking and collaborating, you have to be someone who's actually reachable. Do you answer your emails? Do you respond to messages that are left for you? That is imperative. If you are not reachable, people will move to the next person or the next business to get the desired effect that they want. Number 9, be negotiable. Don't be so stern and so strict when you're talking about collaborating. When you're collaborating, that means multiple parties, different mindsets are coming together to accomplish a common goal. When that happens, it can't just be your way. It has to be the collaboration of everybody together, the likeness of minds coming together to come to a common ground. So sometimes that means that you're going to have to change some of your ways that maybe you're stuck in order to fit into this collaboration. Don't be stern. Don't lose the connection because you're stuck in your way. Make sure that you are negotiable. Be a person that people are loving to work with and that you're easy to work with. Number 10, follow up. This is one of the biggest mistakes that people tend to make. We make a phone call to someone, we talk to them about an opportunity, or we talk to them about doing business with them, a collaboration, and then after that phone is hung up or after that one email is done, we never ever follow up to see what the next steps are or find out or even thank them even for allowing you to have a conversation with them. Those are some things that are just simple courtesy that you want to do to make sure that you close the deal. So again, the 10 ways that we're talking about recharging, adding some spark to your network, because your network is your net worth. It's going to tell you what your value is. Or number 1, be visible. People can't support what they don't know about. Number 2, be approachable. Wear that winning smile of yours to have people think that you're warm and inviting and they want to do business with you. People do business with people that they like. Number 3, be prepared. Get everything in order that you need. So if you get that phone call tonight, all you have to do is hit the send button. Number 4, have a clear, concise, and consistent message that you put out about your brand so others know exactly what you do. There's no confusion, and even you know what you do. Number 5, be confident. You know your message. You know what you're teaching. Now exude that energy out into the world that you're confident and you believe in your message and you actually know what you're talking about. Become the expert in your area of business. Number 6, be worthy of networking with. So the more you build your network, the more others will want to network with you. Your value goes up, your stock increases, you're leveled up, you're powered up. Number 7, be eager. Be eager enough to be the one to make that first call. Reach out to another entrepreneur that maybe you like their message, their brand, that you would like to work with. Be the first one to make that phone call or send that email or that message and start the conversation about collaborating. Number 8, be reachable. So don't keep sending people to voicemail. Don't ignore those emails. Make sure you're responsive. Make sure people can reach you to talk to you. Number 9, follow up. After you've done all that work, you've been visible, you're getting your brand out there, you're prepared, you're talking to people about collaborating. Make sure you make that phone call or send that email or that message to follow up to find out what the next steps are. Don't let them forget that you had that conversation if you don't have set plans in place. And then last but not least, number 10, well, that was number 10, I'm sorry. Number 9 was be negotiable. Be negotiable. Make sure you're not so stuck in your way that you're not able to may have some wiggle room when it comes to collaborating. And then finally, number 10 was follow up. Make sure that you are following up so that you can close the deal, seal the deal. Again, one more time, your network is your net worth. So be worthy of networking with, make yourself more marketable, and recharge, reboot, and reignite your network.
All right. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, thank you, Dr. Good. That was
Oh,
fabulous. And
thank you.
you talking about my area, networking and collaborate. Oh my goodness, that is the combination that I believe it will take you, supercharge you to the next level. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I am so thrilled that you joined us. Now look. In case y'all don't know, Dr. Sherry Good will be back with her twin power, Dr. Cheryl Wood. So you want to make sure you stay tuned because I get the pleasure of talking to both Cherie, Cherie and Cheryl at the same time. So you know that's going to be dynamic. They both are doing amazing things right now. So I am super excited about what's coming in on. So look, what's coming up next? I want to talk to y'all about my new book collaboration with there's 29 of us sharing our stories inside of Trailblazers Who Lead. I know y'all seen all the posts and stuff that are coming out about it, but guess what? We start our initial release next week, so you can start pre-ordering right now. If you're on the main site that's posted, you can go right there and click and pre-order your book right now. Trailblazers Who Lead, and we are being led by none other than Gloria Mayfield Bates. And did I say Dr. Cheryl Wood, and Teresa Raw Brown? These fabulous ladies are leading the group in telling how they are trailblazers who lead. So next coming up on the agenda, oh my God, it's one of my favorite people, Pam Perry, the PR coach. Yes, that's right. Pam Perry, the PR coach. Yes, and so I'm going to turn this over because Pam Perry is actually going to be talking to us about how to up level your credibility. And in case you don't know, Pam Perry, another mentor of mine and a super speaker and coach, international coach here, traveling the world. And I'll talk to you more afterwards, Pam. But bottom line is, she's coming up and she's going to tell you how to up level your credibility.
All righty. Thank you so much, Kern. Hey, how about that? You are one of my favorites. Actually, you are the cover girl right here from Speakers Magazine. So what I want to talk to you about is about credibility. And so, because Kern is doing this conference, she is doing this telesummit, she is on the cover of magazines, you hear on podcasts, all of that combined gives her what? Credibility. And credibility is really what we need in these days and times, right? Because people can say anything and put it on the internet, right? We don't want that. We want credibility. So I'll talk about 5 ways to really level up your credibility. And a lot of it has to do with how do you actually create that initial credibility. So you're going from unknown to known, which is what I specialize in. A lot of authors and speakers are, when they first start out, they're unknown. So how do they get known? Do they post on Facebook every day? Do they do lives every day? What do they do? Do they run behind people and just like beg them to pay attention to them? No. So I'll give you some tips, right? So just 5. So the first one, which is the big thing, is to make sure that you create content. Content is king. When I say content is king, meaning that you have to have your message in different pieces of articles, podcasts, videos. So the content of what it is that you are producing. Okay, so when I say content, so one of the main things, and I'll give you an example. There was a young lady whose platform was really about really Christian singles dating, right? And her platform was really about abstinence. So her name is Kim Brooks. So she had to really create content, not just a book, not just a pamphlet, not just like a few videos, but actually get out there and create content on a regular basis. And because she's a writer, that was easy for her. So she did blogs, she did newsletters, she wrote articles that were on other people's blogs. That is content creation. She became a content creation queen, right? And everybody, if you're an expert in an area, one of the main things you want to do is you want to have content all day, all right?
podcasting is really, people think that it's brand new. Podcasting is really brand new, but podcasting has been around for a while. But people are realizing that it's a lot more easier to really get their content out faster rather than writing it than to speak it out. So one of the things that I started was the National Association of Black Podcasters, for Black podcasters to get together to share resources of how to do it better. Whether you are going to create content where you interview people on a podcast, or you do your straight maybe 15, 20-minute podcast on the area of your expertise, or you do a combination. I just saw today in the Wall Street Journal, Melinda Hart, who was actually in Speakers Magazine, I believe the same one that Kern was in April, I think it was. And she, pardon me? So one of the main things that she was actually in the Wall Street Journal, and not that she was pitching or trying to vibe to be into Wall Street Journal, but she was consistent with her content. She wrote a book, which I'll get to in a minute, and she actually was consistent with her podcast. She was consistent with her blog, consistent with her messaging on social media. Content was king. Good content, thought-provoking content, controversial content, content that shows your expertise, content that shows how you're different. Because if you're an expert, you're going to have this content. So that's one of the main things. Video is really the best way for people to understand your content. So say, for instance, you have a blog post, and then you take that blog post and then you create a video. The video blogs are great for search engine optimization. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but also the video is good as well. But people can understand more because now you have a visual, and now you also have written content. So when I say content, I'm talking about print, video, and audio. Okay, you can be on your own newspaper, you can have your own magazine, you can have your own television station. That is content, and that builds the credibility. One of the things when Kern introduced Cherie, she talked about how Cherie was on a particular platform. She says, okay, here's Cherie Wood, and Cherie Good, and she's doing this and this and this. But what caught people's attention was that she's been on Dr. Oz's show, she's been on Wendy Williams' show. Those are the things that give her immediate credibility because it gives a third-party endorsement. So, number two, that's just number one. Number two is write a book. We hear that all the time, especially for authors and speakers together, is write a book. All right. The book itself will give you credibility because you're an author. And the word authority is the word author. So you're an authority on a subject. So you need to write a book and become an author. So besides being a speaker, which you could be a great speaker, but you also need to be an author because that is your body of work that can travel where you can't go. And most of my career for the last 20 years, I've been working with speakers and authors. I've worked with speakers like T.D. Jakes, Taffy Dollar, Dr. Pat Bailey, Bill Winston. They're authors, but they are also speakers. They get more speaking gigs because they have books. All right. And so having a book is really your, what I call is like your big piece of content that you have. It is the best content that you should really have. It's the big daddy of content. All right. That's one of the main things of having a book. Now, you don't have to go the literary route and actually have an agent, and then the agent will sign you up with the publishing house, and then you have, you can do what Kern has done. Kern has had a book. She has an anthology. She's producing her anthology, Women Who Lead, and that's a book. Or you can actually self-publish your book, and there's many ways to do that. All right. So having a book is the thing. One of the things too, one of my clients, Dr. Geneva Williams, she actually had a booklet, and she speaks on leadership. And this is kind of like her giveaway, where she gives people this booklet, and it's 52 tips on how to do it your way on leadership. So even if you can't get a book out right now, because it's like, oh my God, it's so intimidating, at least have a booklet. All right. And you can give that to prospects. You can give that to convention hosts, but it's a body of work that can go where you can't go. Number three, the best way to build credibility, what we're doing right now, speaking. Whether you do your own event or you speak on other stages or you speak in like these kind of virtual summits, but speaking gives you credibility. because people can hear you, people can understand if you know what you're talking about, but you have to speak. Now, do you have to be that person that is like every word is punctuated precisely? No, be authentically you, but speak. Speak from your heart and speak so that people can hear. You're going to resonate with someone. You're not going to resonate with everyone, but you'll resonate with someone. So, how will they know? So, building credibility by speaking. And so, say for instance, if you live in a town that has a chamber of commerce, start there. Start speaking at a chamber of commerce, or join something like a BNI, or join associations, and then volunteer. And by volunteering, them getting to know you, they may have you speak at some of their conferences. So, give an example from way back. I've always been in NABJ, National Association of Black Journalists. I've been in that since college. And I've also been in National Association of Black Public Relations Society. Those are just two organizations that I'm a part of because I am a journalist as well as a publicist. So I'm in those groups and I volunteer and I join. But then eventually when they're going to have their conventions or conferences, who do they ask to speak? Those are some of the things they ask me to speak. I've done workshops. I've traveled to Chicago to some of their national conventions. Those are the things that you want to join your associations. Another good association is Black Speakers Network. If you're a part of that network, be involved in that network, and eventually when there's an opportunity, they will ask you to speak. Speaking will build your credibility, your own event or someone else's. Number 4, and this is kind of like a little known, not little known, but one of the things that's least people kind of think about in terms of building their credibility is awards. Awards, not awards that you buy, but awards where either you're nominated or they're having a call or what I call an open call for nominations. So nominating yourself, if you're under 40, there's always this under 40 type of thing. Cranes has a 40 under 40 awards, or there is the Stevie Awards, or there are National Association of Women Business Owners, which I won last year. I was nominated for the Wisdom Award. There are so many organizations, women organizations that have awards. And by you volunteering and doing what you do and being an expert, you should have some kind of awards. I've won a lot of awards over my lifetime, but I didn't nominate myself. By doing the work, you'll get awards. But if you're just starting out, go search them out. Initially search them out. The first award I remember that I ever won, I was so proud of. I was in college, and it was radio TV women, women in radio, TV, and film. Okay, and it was like a who is coming up award, or so you don't have to have a whole lot of experience, but you do have to be in that space. So it was just kind of like a who's coming up award. You may have that. So getting awards really matters in terms of your credibility, and search them out. Or look at your mentors. What kind of awards did your mentors have? You do have a mentor, right? So whatever awards your mentors have, then look for the same type of awards that you can nominate yourself for, or be in position to really learn how to go about getting that award. And then the last one, which is the main thing that people just always think about in credibility, and I kind of talked about at the beginning, was publicity, getting PR. I want to be seen on this particular television show, or on this particular radio show, or I want to be in this newspaper, like I said, the Wall Street Journal or New York Times, or those are things that immediately, that's why people hire PR firms, because they know publicity gives them credibility, which leads to profitability, because people can trust. People do business with people they know, like, and trust. Trust is a big thing. So building trust through all of these things, from content creation, from doing videos, from writing a book, from speaking, from hosting live events, speaking at other people's stages, is part of it. And then also too, then having awards, nominating yourself, or having a friend nominate you, but getting awards, real awards. I was blessed last year, surprise, that Dr. Cheryl Wood gave Speakers Magazine an award. And it was for the best Black, or the best speaker magazine, speaker publication award. And that was really cool, because now it's like, not only can I talk about Speakers Magazine as a publication, but it's now an award-winning publication, right? So those are some of the cool things that you want to know about awards. And then publicity. So how do you get publicity? One of the ways that I always tell people just starting out is to subscribe to a website. It's called Help a Reporter Out, or they call it HARO for short, helpareporterout.com. And if you're an expert, you're subject matter expert, you're an author, you do want to make sure that you subscribe to that 3 times a day. They will send you emails, and all you have to do is respond with their pitch to you. It's like what they're looking for, and then you respond back. You can be quoted in Fortune, Inc., Wall Street Journal, New York Times. It's endless. But if you really are diligent and know your stuff, the people who get those quotes in those major publications are the people who respond quickly. And so being prepared, having your information, having your press kit, having your right photos, knowing your stuff, even showing them that you have a book, all these things matter in terms of building that whole credibility piece, because people trust you, and they trust you by you being consistent with your content. They trust you by showing up and they hear you speak. I know, I've been in business for a couple of decades now, and a lot of people said, I heard you speak at this conference, at the Dukes conference, or I heard you speak at the National Black Book Festival, or I heard you speak at such and such event. So that helps, not just that one thing where they hear me speak, but they see consistently over time that my content is consistent. They see me speaking at different places. They see that I've won certain awards. They may see that I have had some publicity in different publications, or even podcasts are really good, if you're just starting out, because it's hard to really get major publicity when you're just starting out, but at least go for the lowest hanging fruit. Podcasts are a great way to get started, and so are local newspapers, especially if you're African American. The Black press. The Black press would love to feature you because, one, you are Black, and that's one of the reasons why the Black press was created, because they want to feature those that are like them, because for so long the major press would leave African Americans out, so the Black press was created for that. So don't forget about them. And that's why Speakers Magazine was created too, to really shine a light on African American speakers. So those are the things that they're created to give you credibility. So now you can have print always leads. So now you can have a printed piece and say, I was featured in this. You can show it to people. You can share it with people, just like you do with your books. So those are the things that really deal with credibility and how to up-level your credibility, starting with, content all the way down to getting the publicity, to getting the awards. But the main thing that I'm really saying is being consistent, knowing your message and knowing who your audience is, and really speaking to them authentically, consistently, over again. That's it. If you want to have more information, I have a free audio course, PamPerryPR.com, PamPerryPR.com. Go to that site, and you can get PamPerryPR.com. And then if you're interested in Speakers Magazine, which Kern was on the cover, speakersmagazine.net. And I've had some great covers. Kim Coles was one, obviously Kern, but that gives it credibility because she's in good company with other type of, Cookie Johnson was on the cover of one as well. So those are some of the things. Ed Gordon was a cover. So Kern's in good company with that. If you see in the background, it's kind of blurred. Bishop Vashti McKenzie. So having that in your repertoire of credibility builders is really good to do, right? So that's Dr. Velma Trahan. So that's it. Kern?
Oh, yes, she is. Pam, you are speaking my language. I'm going to do a few shout outs here before, because we're going to do an interview with one of my favorite people, which is definitely Pam Perry. Definitely thank y'all for tuning in. Cindy, I saw Connie was asking about, she wants to learn how to do a podcast. I saw Tess Timms out there. Shout out to her. She's getting ready to start her own radio show. So I wanted to just shout out to several people. Several are speakers coming up tomorrow. Ty and Shay and all of them are also tuned in. But Pam, thank you for featuring me on the cover of Speaker Magazine. Oh my goodness. I was like, I can't believe I'm getting this opportunity. Look,
and
y'all.
That was April. That was in the middle of the pandemic too,
Yes,
so yeah.
it was right in the middle. And you know what's funny is I was thinking about how I met you. I met you originally at
Power.
Playtime is Over, right?
Yes,
And
yes.
then, but I didn't really get to meet, and introduce myself. And then we were in the airport going to Dr. George Fraser
Yes.
conference in Houston, Texas last year. And I was like,
Power networking. There we go.
yes. I was
Yes.
like, I know that woman. That's Pam. And, and you were flying in to actually come in and cover the conference and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Mm-hmm.
was like, oh my God, I got to make sure I connect with her. And I'm like, I'm going to be in your magazine. And you were like, okay. I was like, okay, good.
Good. It was good energy. It was a good connection. It really
It,
was. It really
it
was. That was one
really,
of the things. And the first thing I had you do, Karen, was I said, I'd like you to do a column about what it is that conferences are looking for when they are selecting speakers. And we had a conversation about that, and we were like, "Oh, girl, please! They need this,
yes,
they need that, they need this." And I was like, "I know." I was like, "I say this. Can you write that column?" And you did. You said when you're selecting speakers for your conferences, you're looking for a sizzle reel, you're
yes,
looking for a media kit, you're looking for great. There were certain things that you just named right off the top of your head, and that
yes.
is why you're good at doing these conferences.
Oh yeah. Well, after doing success, and this is our 6 year rolling into it, I've just seen so many people who had great potential, but I'm like, do you know you're getting eliminated because you're not sending any kind of video, so I don't even know how you sound, and
Right.
so you might be worth whatever you're trying to command price wise, but if you're not packaged well,
Mm-hmm.
and what I love what you covered in your conversation is how you talked about all the things that make you visible.
Mm-hmm.
I keep telling people, look, women, and I'm talking to women because men do this better than women. Uh, there's nothing wrong with celebrating your abilities. There's nothing wrong with celebrating who you are, the wars you win. There's nothing wrong with nominating yourself and nominate your friends too, because we need each other to support each other, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. That is
Exactly.
the only way people are going to know is if you have your friend. Everybody has at least five, their favorite five, and tell some of your favorite five. I'm interested in being known as such. Can you be on the lookout for awards where you could nominate me for? Because I have a body of work to show and to share. That's
And
it.
that is like really important. And I'm glad some of the people, I hope people are taking notes because you gave some really nuggets. I mean, those are some true nuggets that you dropped inside of your presentation. And it's not just, I keep telling people the things you see me do, it's not all about, giving myself a pat on the back. I'm actually showing you how to become visible, how to take yourself to the next level. And I tell my trailblazers that all the time. But you know what? I got to ask this. You are traveling all the time outside this COVID thing. You and your husband been married how many years? And how do y'all manage to keep everything going with all the travel you doing?
I know, 25 years. We're best friends. So we keep in contact. It's like we're yin and yang, right? So we kind of know each other really, really well. And it's like I do travel a lot, but it's not to the point where it's like I don't know who my wife is. I mean, he knows who I am. And he knows when I come back, I'm energized and I'm a better wife for him when I do travel. So
Hey, that's a plug, y'all. That's a plug. So in case you don't know, us married people that's been married a long time. We know that if you take a little time away, you appreciate each other even more, right?
yes, yes, that is so
Yes,
true.
yes, yes.
That is so true.
Yeah, so I saw you celebrating that online during the COVID. You did an
I
online
did. I
celebration.
know. I know. It was one of those things where we were supposed to go to Aruba, and I was like, really put my faith out there, like going, we're going. It was like Aruba was like, unless you're a Arubian, you are not coming in this country, okay? So it was like, okay, I guess we got to celebrate it in the living room. So we made the best of it, okay? We did. We had a girlfriend that sent us a disco light, and we had Alexa playing music. I mean, it was just like, okay, we did the best we can with it.
Oh, that was awesome. I thought it was great. I was like, okay, I'm gonna try that. I actually kind of took a little bit from that because I did my birthday celebration. I turned 55, y'all, this year.
Woo,
Now,
double nickels.
Pam, now, Pam, I'm gonna say this out loud. I wish I did look as good as you are right now. Oh my God. I'm like, even my husband tuned in one time. He said, who? Uh, She don't, I'm not going to even say your age because that's yours to share.
No,
But
I'm
I'm like,
60. I'm 60.
she,
I'm a 1960 baby. All
oh
of my
my
friends are turning 60 this year. We are not like that old 60 back in the day when
God,
like,
you look 40. And I was like, she cannot be that old. That's what I was thinking. But then I looked at all your years of experience. I'm like, okay, she
had to
amazing.
right. You had to add it up.
Yeah, exactly. She amazing. But let me ask you,
Thank you. Thank you.
let me ask you this. Tell me, uh, okay, so tell me who is your favorite? I know you featured a lot of people on your magazine because I was looking. I said, okay, this woman has rolled out. Matter of fact, I can't name the people that you have featured, but name some of the people you featured and then tell me what was your favorite. Who was your favorite?
Okay. So Alicia Houston was one leadership, America's top neuro leadership expert. She was a client in my brand accelerator. Carmen Thomas did her first event. Dr. Carmen, she's a transformational person. Dr. Avis, which you have coming up here, she was on there twice. Dr.
Amazing.
Stacy is one of my favorites as well. So you're going to ask me like, who's my favorite child? But I will say this, I had a lot of women, okay? A lot of women, they're mostly women. So one of my favorites is Dr. George Frazier, obviously, and
Yes.
I love him. And
Yeah.
also Les Brown. He was
Oh yeah.
also one of my favorites. So mostly women. I would say out of the 12 issues, it's always like a couple of men that would come in here. But this year we had Ed Gordon, which is a
Yeah.
really good friend of mine. And we went to high school together.
Oh my
And he was the cover for March of this year.
God.
So I had a personal story that I put in there that I actually wrote the cover story. Normally I have other people write the cover story, but I wrote that cover story because I've known him for like 40 years. So he was one of my favorites, but mostly it is the women that had Kim Coles on the cover. I mean, so each one has its own flavor. It's like asking somebody who's their favorite child, right?
I
They all your
know.
favorite.
I
They
know.
all your favorite. They just different. Yours was my favorite because it was the first one that we actually did where we talked about the coronavirus and how to make the pivot from doing live events, which we're used to doing, and yours was the first one where we had to pivot because your event was switched from May to July,
Yeah.
right? And that was a big shift in everyone. So that was like the first one we actually talked about it in this issue, where we talked about how that was actually going to look. So yeah, that was different. That was a different issue.
That was a lot of pivoting going on.
A
I'm
lot of
telling you,
pivoting. It
Power
is.
Up Summit has moved 3 different locations, starting at New Orleans, then in Biloxi. Then we had to switch it again in Biloxi. 3 different dates.
Right.
So anyway, what
You're
I'm saying,
resilient. You're
yes,
resilient.
you gotta pivot. This is the time to turn COVID on your head and make it your own. So I'm gonna ask you. I mean, that's just me. That's me. So I'm gonna ask you this before you close out. Tell us what you think, especially for people that are right at the beginning or a little ways down. I know you mentioned it some in your presentation. Tips on getting that visibility up right now. This COVID time. So
Right.
let's turn it upside down and give them some
Right.
really quick things they can do right now on a small budget.
On a small budget. Well, social media is not going to be the first thing that I would tell people to do. Even surprisingly, that is not the thing because there's so much noise. What I would say they would do is video, live video.
Mhm,
Why? Because it's authentic and also to the platforms love live right now. Now, it
mhm.
may be different next year, but right now they love live video. So I would say if you are afraid of the mic or afraid of the camera, learn how to master it and learn how to love it. Because if you're just starting out, people need to hear you. They need to see you authentically you and that you need to show up. And what happens is because Facebook and Instagram love lives and also Periscope as well, it pushes it to the top. People get more notifications about a live versus like spending
Yeah,
in terms of like just really posting on social media all day, posting pictures on Instagram, posting pictures on live video. Explain who you are, what you're about, who you're serving, what are you delivering, what is your brand promise. Those are the things you need to do in a live video, because you can't really rehearse live. I mean, you could do a video and put it on YouTube and have it edited and look real slick, but then people think, did they have a script? Did they? I mean, you could still have a script and be live, but it's more authentic when it's live, when it pops up in your live. So that's what I would say people should do first. Very inexpensive to do. Now, I will say, if you're going to do video, to make sure you check your background. There's so many things, and your remote producer would know some of the things, and what the do's and don'ts of what to do with video, but making sure that you do know your messaging, that you know who you are, you're confident in delivering that, and that will shine through to people. Really will. It will shine through. Of course, doing a blog and doing a podcast, those things are great as well. But you want to make sure that starting out, that you do video, let people know who you are, have a great website. That's going to be like the catalyst of really building your brand, is making sure that your systems and everything on your website are there, making sure that you have a lead capture and all of that. But this video will drive people to your website so they learn more about you. Yeah.
So,
That's it.
so Miss Speaker Magazine, just shout out to where they can contact you, because you are the PR coach specialist.
Yes, thank you so much. Speakers Magazine. I love Speakers Magazine. Like I said, it's the magazine that feed and features African American speakers. We're partnered with Black Speakers Network. We're the official magazine for BSN, and they can go to speakersmagazine.net. That's where they can go. They can download all of the issues for free, right? All of them, or they can read them online. And videos are in the issues as well.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you,
Kern.
All right. So up next, I want to talk to you once again about Power Up Summit in Biloxi, Mississippi. So if you are enjoying what you are seeing right now, then you're going to enjoy coming down to Biloxi, Mississippi, because we're going to have some of these people coming up. We're going to have at the Power Up Summit in Biloxi, Mississippi. And if you have never been to Biloxi, Mississippi, let me tell you about Biloxi. We have the beaches, and we have at least 9 casinos just in Biloxi alone. So you don't have to worry about just coming to the conference. You can look out your window from our host hotel, Hilton Garden Inn, and literally see the beach and walk right across the street to it. So get your tickets. We starting at $59. And if you want your lunch included, it's just $99. And better yet, the elite ticket, I'm going to tell you more about that coming up in a little bit. But who I have next? One of my other favorites. I met Darren Adams. Darren Adams at Look, playtime is over. Once again, another person I met at Playtime is over. Shout out to Dr. Cheryl Wood. Darren is a coach, speaker, and we're going to interview him later too. So we're going to talk about a little more about what he is actually, who he is and what he do. But in the meantime, Darren is actually going to be talking to us and tell us how to increase our, what is that again? And you're going to teach us how to increase your using, now I lost my train of thought, but I'll let him tell it. Anyway, he's going to tell you how to make money, right? So that's what Darren's going to do. He's going to tell you how to make those dollars. So Darren, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Karen, I am looking forward to getting down there to Biloxi. Is this going to be like the biggest party or what?
Yes, it is. And yes, it is.
The beach, don't just say, because you just say like we got a beach. I want people to understand it is like the most beautiful beach. The sand is better in Biloxi than it is anywhere else. It is like super fine sugar or something down there. And
yes.
And the waves gentle. It's beautiful down there this time of year.
And the people are friendly. I'm telling y'all, people talk to you and they ain't never met you before in your life. So trust me, you want to come to Biloxi. We are, and we announced last year, one of the best kept secrets. So trust me, you missing out if you don't. And we're only an hour away from New Orleans, an hour and a half from Florida. Yeah, we're definitely one of the best locations in the nation.
There's all this great content for people to power up and literally get to the next level. But at the same time, they're going to sort of power down a little bit when they can relax on the beach. So you're going to do both powers. You can like power down a little bit to relax on the beach and then learn how to power up to get your business to a whole new level. You got both powers taken care of, right?
Yes, yes, Darren. And I'm going to turn it over to you so you can tell us how to make some money, Darren.
I will do it. I will do it. The whole point, I talked to Kern earlier, that the grow your list and then how to turn that list into money, because that is what this is all about. So I'm going to give you some ideas on how to really, it all starts with the list. So we're going to try to get some ideas on how to get that list bigger. And the reason that we have that list is because we want to turn that list into money. I want you to picture in your mind the scenario of if you were to go to Disney World. Of course, Disney World isn't open right now, but in the past, maybe you went there, maybe you went to Disneyland, something like that. You go, and Disney World, they're brilliant at this. So I want you to picture if you were to go to Disney World. You're walking along, and you see some ride, like, I don't know, some great cool ride, like Mission Space or Test Track or the new Star Wars ride or something like that. And so you see it and you think, that looks fantastic. I want to be part of that. And so you go over and you get in line because it draws you in. There's something about that draws you in, that makes you excited, and you want to do something. You want to engage in them more. And Kern, you disappeared on my screen, but do I have to do anything to go? I'm assuming I'm full screen on everybody else. I'm tiny on mine, but I'm assuming I'm full screen. Okay. I'll just keep going. Kern, you disappear. That's okay. You go get ready for the interview in a couple seconds. So anyway, you see like the Star Wars. They come into whatever Galaxy's Edge. And you're like, this looks fantastic, and you come in, and then all of a sudden, there's this experience. There are people there. They're guiding you along. There's stuff, the whole ambiance, and then you get into the actual line of the ride. And as you're moving along, I've heard that the line is actually not better, but it's better than most other rides. As you're going through the line, some people think the line was actually the ride because it was so cool, and people are getting excited, and you actually get on the ride, and it's this phenomenal experience. I haven't done it yet. I've just heard it. And then after you're done with the experience, you spill out into the little village that you're in, and there's all sorts of stuff that you can buy. That entire experience is what you need to think of when you're doing any kind of marketing. You first of all want to draw people in. That's getting people onto your list. So you want to get them onto your list, get them to come in. You got to have something that's attractive for them. Otherwise, they're just going to keep walking by. If your ride isn't anything exciting, they're going to go on to the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train ride, or they're going to go over to the merry-go-round or the Dumbo or something like that. So you have got to get them in to your ride, to your list. Then once you get them into your ride or your list, you've got to guide them along. You've got to give them an experience, taking them along so that they like that experience and that they're ready to pay money or engage with you or actually go on the ride. And then once you're finished with the ride, you have to give opportunities for them to do other business with you. The ride might be one experience, but you're going to have lots of other things. So the whole thing here is we've got to have a plan. We got to have a plan in action on how to draw people in, how to give them a good experience as they're getting close, how to get them to do some kind of transaction event, go on the ride, and then what other things can we do after? So think of the whole thing as a ride at Disney World, and where do you fall short? And where are you good? Because you're probably really good in some areas, but where do you fall short? This is what digital marketing is all about. This is what the whole new modern age of automation, because you could do that all day long. You could stand there and say, hey, come on my ride, hey, come. But instead you can set up some systems that can handle this all for you. This is what growing a list and turning the list into money is all about. And the best part is when you can automate a lot of those procedures. Just to get, before I jump into some of that, because I got some ideas we're going to walk through on what works and what doesn't work. I was just at an event a couple of weeks ago, and the way that woman, she had like a lot of people at this event. I mean, literally like almost 1,000 people at her event. And one of the ways she had done that, she had taken out an ad on Facebook that said, come to this I think at the time it was a free event, like learn how to be a better speaker. Come to my virtual event to take the stage and become better at all this kind of stuff. So people would say, oh, I want to do that. It's totally free. So they would go to the event, the virtual event, and she would coach them and she would teach them and she would deliver really good content. This was all free. And then she'd say, I want you now to come to my live event. It's another virtual event. It's my big marquee event. And I want you to come be part of that. And I'll give you a discount on the ticket. And it's going to, instead of being, $200, I'll let you get in for a VIP ticket for like $50 or something like that. And so she gets them in, and then she gets them to come to her event, at which point she overwhelms them with all this great, wonderful information and content, and then gives them an opportunity for them to do something more with her at a higher level. That's the whole exact process. That was the Disney World ride, okay? She got them in with some free offer to come to a free event, got them great experience. They loved everything she had to say. Then she'd say, okay, here's my next level up, a $50 ticket. And then they come and experience that once again. And then here's the next level, which is working at a higher level. Another woman, her name is Katrina, another friend of mine. She has like a healthy eating membership, and people want to learn how to eat healthier and get better recipes and be coached on all that. And so once again, she takes out a free offer. Here's some free recipes. If you'd like, here are my top 10 recipes on eating healthier. And people say, oh, that sounds like a great idea. And so they get on her list. She nurtures them along. And then she even says, I'm gonna open my membership. If you want to work with me, I only have a limited number, because you have to create some scarcity. And she says, I have a limited number of openings, and if you want to be part of this, then you can do this. But I'm not opening this until a certain time. And then she says, okay, we're getting ready. We're getting closer. And now all these people are on the list. All these people keep getting her emails and communications when they're getting excited. And she's, okay, today's the day it's open. Come join. Come be part of this. And then the people all join and jump on board, and they're all part of her membership. And she is able to help hundreds and thousands of people eat healthier, have better lifestyles. But it's that whole process again. It's the whole Disney World ride. Coming in with something free. In this case, they got excited. They could hardly wait to join the membership. She opens the door. They all jump on top of it, and they take advantage of that. So those are some examples of how real people are doing it in real time. So we're going to walk through that. But before I give you some ideas, let me tell you, the biggest challenge that I have found that most people have as they're getting into trying to do what we're doing is they don't have any place to put their names. They don't have any place to put a list. If you didn't have, like, for example, let's compare them to like recipes. If you didn't have a place to put your recipes, chances are you're not going to have very many good recipes. But instead, we get like a recipe box. My wife has like a recipe binder. She prints off recipes and she puts them in sheet protectors and she thumbs through her binder and finds some stuff. My wife has like Pinterest. Maybe you love Pinterest, and you can go through and you can pin recipes to your board. But the whole point in every one of those cases is there was a place to put them, and there was an organized matter to that. So if you run across a recipe you want and you have it on a card, you're putting it in your file. If you have run across the recipe you want, maybe on the internet, you print it off, you put it in your binder. You see a beautiful dish on Pinterest, you pin it to a board. In every case, there's a place, there's an organized place and a method to collect those recipes. Same thing like if you need tools. Like if I have a tool box or a tool chest or a wall, I got a pegboard with hooks and stuff like that, and I know where tools go, then chances are I'm going to have better access to my tools, and I'm going to have better tools because I know where to put them. If I don't have any place to put them, then it's not a top priority for me. So you need to have a place to put your tools. You need to have an organized thought. Every time I get a tool, every time I get a recipe, I know where to put them. I know what I'm going to do. So that exact same thing needs to happen with names. Every time you meet someone who might want to do business with you, who's interested in buying your product or signing up for something, you need to think, where am I going to put them and how am I going to organize them? So you need to have what most people would consider a CRM or a database, somewhere where you can organize this. I was just at an event a little while ago, and they were talking about CRMs and the best CRMs to put. By the way, I'm with a company called Keep that is a CRM, and so I love talking about CRMs and that. So when you come to the live event, we'll talk more about this and how this can work. But this gentleman, he's sort of an older gentleman, he raised his hand and he's like, I have found that the best way to organize contacts is in Microsoft spreadsheets and on legal pads. And if you really want to get organized, you can use something like MailChimp. Now, Now, while those might be okay to use, those MailChimp is not a next level CRM way to organize tools. There are tools that are way more powerful for that. In my mind, MailChimp is sort of like an entry level point. If you've got them on Microsoft Excel spreadsheets, if you've got them on any kind of spreadsheets, you've got them on legal pads, you are not organized. You don't have access to those as quickly as you would like to. So you're going to need to have somewhere to put those names. You need to have some kind of a CRM, database management tool, something. If you have Keep, that's fantastic, and that would be great and wonderful. But even if you don't have that, you need to have some place to put the names so that every time you meet someone, you have a process in your mind, like your recipe card, like your tool. Every time you get a name, you're like, this is someone who could do great things for me. This is someone who could do business with me. This is someone who could give me some money. You know exactly where to put them, and you've got a process, so they're immediately there, and you have them organized. So that's the number one mistake that I see people struggling with, is just not knowing what to do with the names and not having a place to put them. So have an organized method to that. So there's your number one tool right there, is have some kind of a database management tool place to put them. Okay, now let's talk about I think Pam even talked a little bit about lead magnets. I think a lead magnet is something like the big sign outside of the Disney World ride. It's like Suzanne, when the woman who was doing the event and she had free tickets to an event, or Katrina when she had her healthy recipes. It's something that you give someone for free that will make them want to follow you. It has got to be so valuable that people are willing to give their email address to you. And today, you know how it is. You got an email address you give to people that you don't really want to give your email address to. You got some junk email that all the junk email goes to. That's not the email that you want to get from someone. You want to get the email they're really going to check, that they're really going to go to, that they're going to read your email. So when you reach out to them, they're going to see that. So you've got to get something that's so valuable. I like to encourage people to give something that is something you would want to charge for. What is so valuable that you would literally be able to get money for it, and the people would be willing to pay money, and you'd be happy to take, you'd want to sell it, but you're going to give it away for free. So what is there, some kind of a knowledge or a resource or something that is so valuable that you would give for free? A lot of people are familiar with the concept of a lead magnet. Let me tell you what I think are some of the worst and some of the best lead magnets. I shouldn't say worst and best, because that seems so judgmental. I'll just say least effective and more effective, because many of you might have some kind of a lead magnet that you're offering to someone. The first in the least effective is nothing. You have nothing to offer. That is the worst. That is clearly the worst. That's like putting on a Disney World ride and having no signage, having nothing to welcome people in. People got to track you down and find where that ride is. No. Okay. Another thing that is a not very effective one is sign up for my email list. I don't want to sign up for your email list. I don't want to sign up for anybody's email list. The last thing I want is to get more emails from people. And list, you can offer that to people, but just phrase it differently, frame it differently, brand it differently, market it differently. So you're not saying, I'm just going to put you on my newsletter. You're going to say, I have the secret tips. I've got these hidden gems. I've got something that most people don't know about, and I will share that with you. So just call it something a little bit different. So sign up for my list is bad. Doing nothing is bad. A free chapter of an ebook, not very effective. People have tons of ebooks, and people may download that chapter, but they're like, I'm not going to read that. I got too many other things to do. A free chapter of an ebook isn't very engaging to me. That makes me work. I got to read through this chapter, and sometimes it's the whole TLDR thing. Too long, didn't read. Same kind of thing happens. People don't want to have stuff that's going to take them too long to consume. More down here. Oh yeah, just the whole newsletter and mailing list sort of combine as one. Don't tell people mailing list. Don't tell them you're going to send them a newsletter. So those are not very. They were effective at one point. At one point in time, they were good. So if you had those, that's fine. That's great. I applaud you. And having something, even if it's bad, is better than having nothing at all. But let me tell you, with times changing, there are some better tools out there. There are some better options out there. Some things that might be more effective. So one of the really cool things is some kind of a checklist, a downloadable PDF. I don't know what you offer. I don't know what your expertise is. If you're maybe if you're a home organizer or something, I'm going to tell you. Here's a checklist to see how organized you are. I'm going to ask you 10 questions, and we're going to go through this. Or it's going to be something you can print off and put on your fridge, and you're going to see how organized you are. Or a really good thing is my top recommendations. I'm an expert in this. I'm a home organizer. I'm going to share with you my 5 favorite products, and I'm going to give you links to them if you want to buy them. You could be an affiliate, make some money off it. I don't care, and that doesn't really matter. But you can say, here's my favorite tool for organizing your shoes. Here's my favorite tool for organizing your desktop. Here's my favorite tool for organizing your pantry, whatever it is. So if you're giving recommendations with pictures and products and links that they can link to, that's actually kind of effective too. It's sort of like I'm the expert shopper and I've already done the work. I'm going to tell you what that is. Another thing that's kind of effective is a quiz, some kind of a gamification where someone likes to do it. If you've ever been on BuzzFeed, you know what I'm talking about. BuzzFeed, they have like, take this quiz to see what kind of kitchen appliance you are. And like, oh, I'm a toaster oven. I didn't know that. So some kind of a quiz that might be a personality quiz. What's going to fit for whatever you are. Maybe you're a business coach and you're going to do some kind of fun business quiz. I'm going to tell you which character from Friends you are based on asking you some questions about how you run your business or something. So, and there are tools. There's a tool, Quizzer, QZZR, I think it's what it's called, QZZR, and other tools that are out there that will allow you to build a quiz, and someone comes to your website and all of a sudden up pops this thing. Hey, I'm going to tell you which Friends character you are. I'm going to tell you what kind of Italian recipe you are. I'm going to tell you what vacation spot you are based on a couple little questions. Take this quiz. And they take the quiz, and depending on what their answers are, and depending on what you're asking them, that can also go into their database. At the end of the quiz, you say, okay, I got your results. Give me your email address so I can email you some information. They type their email address in. Guess what? Now you've got them on your list. That's a way for you to capture them as a lead magnet, and then you send them the information. And because you now have them in your database, you have their answers. So you know, do they struggle with this or do they struggle with this? If you're a business coach, are they struggling getting their business off the ground, or are they struggling because they've been around for 5 years and they need to have more effective growth or whatever? I mean, those are different messages. So you're going to be able to segment them in your database with the information you're gathering. You're going to be able to gather that through the quizzes that you're offering. And one last thing, if you're familiar with a guy named Jeff Walker created this whole concept of a video series, which Pam was sort of talking about there a second ago. Video is so powerful. Video is the future. Pam knows this. Video is where everything is going. So you might say, I'm going to give you a 3-video course on whatever it is. So maybe if you're a PR person, you say, I'm going to give you a 3-video course on how to become more effective with your PR. And then you send them one video, like a minute. The next day you send them another video, about a minute, and you send them another video, a minute. And so you send these 3 videos out, and it's good content. They love it. And that now you've got them into the courtyard of the Star Wars ride, and they're excited. They love you, and they can hardly wait to go on the ride. And then, so those are some ideas for getting more people onto lists. That's the list. Those are some ideas on how to grow the list so more people are engaged with you and you have a bigger list. Because the bigger your list is, the more money you're going to make. Your list translates into money. So then that takes us into the last little part I want to just sum up quickly is have a plan to turn the list into money. So what do you do? As I mentioned, the woman that was putting on the event, she got people in for free, offered them a $50 ticket, and then offered them to work with her at a higher level. So you need to have sort of 3 different stages. What's your free offer? That's the entry level lead magnet to get them in. What's the next thing that you're going to do? How can you get $49 out of them or $19 out of them? What's sort of what we call a tripwire. If you can get them to spend $19 with you, there's a better chance that you're going to be able to get them to spend $100, $500, $1,000, whatever else you might offer. So have that in mind. What's my next tripwire purchase? And then what's my bigger purchase? Have 3 stages in mind of what you can do. Your free product, your low-cost product, and your higher-cost product. That's the whole idea with a Disney ride. You get someone in for free. Here's the sign. People are all excited. They come in. they ride the ride, which is sort of like the low cost thing, and then they spill out into if you've ever been on a Disney ride, you know every ride ends in a gift shop because there are more places to go. You can buy a lightsaber for $200, buy some blue milk that they drink on some Tatooine or whatever planet they drink that on. There's got to be ways for you to get more money from the people. So regardless, you don't worry about giving away your lead magnet. Don't worry about say, hey, I can get some money out of this lead magnet. That's okay. You can give it for free, because if you give it for free, they will love you so much that then they will be happy to pay you more for other things that you're doing. All of this process, there's a lot of steps in this, can all be automated. And at Power Up, we're going to talk to you more about how that all can get automated, how you can automate that lead capture, how you can automate the initial emails that go out, how you can tell who's reading these emails, who's not reading these emails. Because if they're reading the emails, then they're engaged with you and they want to do more. If they're not reading the emails, you got to know that, because that's going to be a different audience and a different presentation and a different message that you're telling those people. So you're going to tell them different things than the other people. So we'll talk to you when you come to the conference about all the different things you can do, how you can track all this, but more powerfully enough, how to automate all of these things so you can grow the list and you can turn the list into money and you can be successful and you can power up to a whole nother level. So Kern, there's it in a nutshell, just some ideas on how people can grow their list and turn it into a little more money for them.
All right, Darren. Okay, yes, we got people tuning in. We have Kathy Amos. We had Cher Graham, Connie Moore, one of our mayors. She was a mayor here in Ocean Springs right after Hurricane Katrina. Shout out to you, Connie. Mavis and Kimberly Armstrong. Thank y'all for staying tuned in. Look, Darren, I want people to understand what you're talking about here, because your company am I saying it right?
Keep. It's like help keep you organized. It's going to keep all your data together. It's going to keep all your stuff. Yeah. And it's spelled KEAP because you can keep everything all in one place. So that's how you can remember keep.
Hello, keep everything all in one place. Hey. This is one of our sponsors for Power Up Summit, y'all. They are bringing it. And let me tell you something. For a person who knows, I know about having a contact list, y'all. I'm sure some of y'all about this girl sending me another email, but trust me, this is a must when building your brand. This is a must. Having a CRM like Keep is important. A matter of fact, hey, y'all know Dr. Sherwood with her Elevation Entourage. Is she rolling? Yes, she is. And Keep is that's her tool right there. You want to know how to build your brand and get seen and be a part of and make something bigger than what you are? This is what you want to do. You want to make sure that you have Keep a part of that, because you need to be able to do more. As you said, there are smaller programs that you can do, but when you got a program like this program is going to build you. It's going to keep your people coming back. It's going to remind your people of what you're going to do. And Darren's going to be here in person in Biloxi, Mississippi, to show y'all and tell you more. He is going to be here in person, live and in person. So let me tell you, Darren, I don't know if you know, I am a cyber stalker. I'm just going to tell you the truth. Yes, I am. So look, luckily for Cheryl, she just pops up at the top of my line. So I don't even have to go find her. All her stuff pop up as soon as I get on Facebook. There she is. So, but I actually go stalk people like you, because hey, what is he doing? Yes, the man who travels all the time, hard to catch up with. I just want to talk to you and ask you, first off, tell people who the real Darren Adams is. What were you doing before? Because I know I asked you before you started doing working for Keep. What were you doing before that?
I actually was a TV anchor, host, producer, reporter, all that. I did that for about 30 years and absolutely loved that and loved communicating with people. And what I really sort of missed was communicating with people in real life. And that's sort of why I, as much as I love all these virtual events, I'm looking forward to Biloxi because it's real life again. And I coached all sorts of different people who were coming on TV and had segments. I'd say, okay, now when you come on, what's your goal? What are, how are we trying to capture these people? How do you get your message out? How are we going to reinforce this? And so I would coach all these people with all these marketing things that I just learned over the course of 30 years in TV industry. So when I finally left TV and I discovered Infusionsoft was what it was called at the time, and then changed to Keep, I thought, this is it. This is the tool that's going to help all these. I wish I would have known about this 30 years earlier. It didn't exist. I wish I would have known about it years earlier because it could have helped all these people I was coaching. So now I just get to coach people instead of live on TV. I get to coach them in the digital space on how they can grow their brands and be more effective that way.
Wow. And like I said before, I got the pleasure of meeting you at Dr. Sherwood's. Playtime is over. All of us remember, and we were heartbroken when she decided she wasn't going to do that anymore. But guess what? She brought the speaker con. That's right. She had to bring something else. So that I got the pleasure of meeting you, and I actually asked you about that, and I'm like, perfect. So here you are using your same skills and using them to actually help people elevate even better than they were before. And people need to understand a CRM is really critical for you to actually make the next step with your brand. I think people just assume that email, and some people think it's nagging, but it is important. How do you remember different things? It's not just social media and all those platforms. These CRMs like Keep really keep you informed and keep you empowered to take that. Look, I forgot about that video. Oh, I forgot to check in with Elevation Entourage. Let me go ahead and do that thing. So I just want people to understand how critical that is. But the other thing about you, and I know you don't, always talk about your family, but I saw that you have a couple of kids and stuff. So tell us, look,
go ahead. So yeah, I got 4 kids. 2 of them are married and out of the house, and I have a grandkid. So I'm a grandpa, which isn't too unbelievable because I'm like an old person with gray hair. So I got a grandkid, and then I have 2 kids who are still at home, and they're in high school. One's in high school, one's in college. The girl in college, she is getting ready to head off to Brazil to do some missionary work for about a year and a half. So we're hopefully if they can get coronavirus under control down there, she'll go down there. But she's excited to do that. And a lovely wife, been married like 30 years and whatever. And we love hanging out, and coronavirus is good for us because our favorite thing is we just love playing games. We have tons of games. That's our thing, is family game time, and we still play family games. It doesn't matter what's going on around the world we just get out our games and play around every night.
And I saw your sister don't move down there too. So you look like you expanding that family locally as well. Is that right?
We're trying.
Great. But that being said, I always ask people that are busy as you, how do you make that work? Because Darren, when I was trying to catch up with you, it's like, where you at? I'm on another flight. Where you at? I'm on another flight. How do you make that work? Because look, 30 years in TV, we all know that's a struggle. And then you come in and now you're doing flying everywhere, coaching and talking and speaking to people. How do you make that work?
I have a wonderful, very understanding wife who understands that's what the job is. And there are times when it's stressful. And, there are times when I call, we call every night. We all get together and have our little family time on the phone every night together. And so we connect and we can find out what's going on. But they understand that that's just part of what Dad's job is. And when I'm home, I try to make the most of it while I'm home. Because when I'm on the road, I'm not here. So when I'm home, we try to, spend as much time as we can together and make up for the time. And I understand that it's difficult. Fortunately, my kids are not, 3 or 5 or 7. They're a little older, and they understand that the dad has a job, but we still communicate as much as we can. We connect as much as we can, and we still, regardless of where I am, I could be in Dubai or in Australia or Great Britain or whatever, and we'll still have that family time every night where we can all connect together and touch bases.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm glad you're getting a touch base in Biloxi. So I'm just looking forward to it. Like you said, I love live and in person. And so I'm looking forward to having you. So just a touch of what people need to do. And I know you're going to bring us something special to Biloxi for those of us that need to up our CRM, include our contact list. But tell me, and just a reminder for everybody, he is a sponsor. So if you go to our main broadcast page, you can click right on his logo, Keep, KEAP, and you can go right to their site. But better yet, he gonna be in person in Biloxi, Mississippi, and don't tell him what kind of special he's gonna bring. So
I'm just telling you, I can't say something because I know Dr. is going to be listening, and she'll be up if she finds out what I'm bringing to you. So we should mute her so she can't hear anything. But I'm just telling you, Karen, I'm bringing something I've never brought to Biloxi. Don't tell anybody.
I won't tell her. I won't tell her. But maybe. Well, don't outdo me by taking it to SpeakerCon in November. I don't want you doing that. See, I can't have you doing that, Darren. You know how you be doing. Okay. I'm just saying.
Just for you. Just
bring it for me. So anyway, one little tip, and tell them how to use one little tip before you go. For those people who are really just getting started, I want to make sure that you give them one little tip of what they can do with y'all, and then tell them where to contact you.
Yeah. Honestly, the most important thing to do is to get a CRM. If you can't wait till Biloxi and you want to get on sooner, I need you to get in touch with me, and I will so take care of you. I'm going to give you both my phone number and my email address. But you got to have a CRM. Make sure you get it. By the time I get down to Biloxi, I need to make sure everybody coming has an idea of what they're doing, have your brain wrapped around. You got a lead magnet idea, and you have a place to put those contacts. We'll switch it over. If you need to get the best, and you want to get signed up with Keep right now, I'm just telling you, I can't tell you about it right now, but I will. If you want to call me, I'll take care. I'm going to give you my phone number. My personal cell phone number is 385-439-9596. I'll give it to you again in a second. If you want to email me, it's Darren, DARIN.Adams@keep, KEAP.com. Here's the phone number again, 385-439-9596. And the email address, Darren, DARIN.Adams@keep.com. If you didn't get it, reach out to Karen. Find me on Facebook. Find me somewhere, but I will take care of you. If you need to have me take care of you ahead of time, I'm happy to do that. Otherwise, get ready for Biloxi. Bring it on. Bring your game, and we're going to take you to a completely different level in just a couple of weeks.
All right. Thank you, Darren. Y'all get to hear this international speaker. He is coming to Biloxi, and you can buy a low ticket of $59. But hey, if you want to actually be included in some of those elite conversations and have an elite experience and be a part of something even bigger and better, not only including all your meals and stuff, but y'all know me, Karen Cherry. Y'all know good and well I'm going to make sure my elites are taken care of and take it to a high level. Check on if you're on the main site, touch the right side, touch on that right click where you see the powerupsummit.com, and go ahead and get your tickets right now. The elite ticket, y'all, is going to be $100 off. Did I tell y'all it was going to be a special? Yes, that's right. Today and through Friday, if you want the elite experience, I'm giving you a discount of $100. Drop. So you better go ahead and get it, because I'm not going to be holding that out. And we only have a few spaces. We're doing social distancing. So come on, y'all. Get your ticket. Now, coming right up is my girl, Dr. Cheryl Wood. Come on, Dr. Cheryl Wood. Twin Power in the house. She's the other part of the Twin Power. And y'all know her, international motivational speaker. And she is the coach. If you are a speaker, you want to develop your speaking career, this is the woman to connect to. I don't send her several people that have worked with her. Test Tim, shout out to you, that have worked with her and elevated their speaking career, and they getting paid, y'all. And look, Elevation Nation, Elevation Entourage, come on. Elevation Entourage, come on. Yes, that's her, girl. That's her. So y'all need to be a part of this. Y'all need to tune in. She's going to tell us, get this, she's going to tell us how to launch a membership that generates $4,000 to $10,000 a month. Hey, listen again, $4,000 to $10,000 a month. You don't want to miss this. Go ahead, and right after that, you want to stay tuned because I get the twin powers together. Come on, Dr. Cheryl.
I love all this energy. I'm like, okay, let me wake up. Let me wake up. It's been a long day. First of all, you know, I got to shout Kern out. I love you, love you, love you. But I got to shout out my boy, Darren. Darren, you know how we roll. I love me. Darren is my brother from another mother. I'm just trying to tell y'all, Darren has been a sponsor of my conference since I've been doing Playtime is Over and even into SpeakerCon. But what really made me love him even deeper was at SpeakerCon, a few of our volunteers were missing, and Darren was in there doing volunteer work. I said, now, when you get a sponsor that's willing to come in and just be a part of the team and do whatever needs to be done, that's somebody that you don't let go. So I love you, Darren. Good to see you here.
I love you back. I love you back. You're one of my favorites.
I know you're my favorite. All right, so look, I know I only get 20 minutes. Y'all know how I love running my mouth. I want to make sure I give you the content that I've promised. So we're talking about 12 steps to building a virtual membership platform that's going to generate anywhere between $4,000 to $10,000 a month. If you know that you love recurring income, just say, I love recurring income. Type that in the feed wherever you're listening. I love recurring income. There is nothing like knowing that income is going to come in every single month. You don't have to go out and find new people. You ain't got to work real hard for it. You just show up and do what you do, walk in your unique lane of brilliance, and that income is coming in. That's what a virtual membership does. And you guys have heard Kern talking about this elevation platform, elevation entourage, or as we call ourselves, the EE squad. Guys, I only teach people what I know and what I've done. I'm never going to come on any platform and teach you something that I have not personally done. It is not something that I read in a book. It's not somebody that I saw somebody posted on Instagram. It is something that I've accomplished. In just the past less than 60 days, I have built a virtual membership that is generating $6,000 a month of recurring income. Hello. So that's on top of everything else that I'm already doing in my business. But that's coming in every single month. That's not a one and done. That's not one payment and then, oh, I got to go find a new customer. That's over and over and over again. So let's start at the top. Number one, if you're a business owner, you owe it to yourself to have a DPO. What is a DPO? A DPO is a diversified portfolio of offerings. Do I have a DPO is the question that you need to be asking yourself. So when we think about a DPO, diversified portfolio of offerings, when you think of a portfolio, right, you think of almost a menu that people get to flip through and look through and decide what serves me best. What do I want out of this menu, out of this portfolio? So you should have somewhere between 10 and 20 things in your diversified portfolio of offerings. That might be you selling VIP days. It might be you selling webinars. Maybe it's you selling individual coaching or group coaching, or maybe virtual trainings, or maybe book projects. The list goes on and on and on, but you need to have a DPO. In that DPO, a big part of that should automatically be memberships, virtual memberships, the thing that's going to keep the income coming in over and over and over again. So these are the 12 steps that I took to go from no membership to a membership that's generating $6,000 every single month already in less than 60 days. All right, y'all ready? Here's number one. Number one is have to attract. That's the first step. You have to attract. And I say attract meaning you need to attract the people who are your desired members of that community. A membership is a community where you get to nurture people, you get to serve them, you get to help them on their journey. And the beautiful thing about a membership is that it comes at an ELPP. An ELPP is an entry level price point. An entry level price point. So it's almost an easy yes for people because typically your virtual membership is going to be $15 a month, $20 a month, $27 a month, maybe even $37 a month. Most people are somewhere in that range of $15 to $30 per month. It's an ELPP, entry level price point, which is an easy yes for people. versus you trying to move them from never having purchased with you up into your premium programs, which might be 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. Most people you can baby step into those premium price points, but there are some people who are like, I need to taste what you're doing first. I need to taste what you're doing first and make sure this is going to be the right fit for me. So start there with the membership. So the Elevation Entourage, the EE Squad, the membership is $27 a month. But guess what? Just at a little over 250 people, that's already generating over $6,000 every single month. My most immediate goal within the next 30 to 60 days is to get the membership up to $500 a month. All right, let's do the math. What's that going to be? 500 times 27, that's $13,500 every single month of recurring income. That ain't bad. On top of everything else that's in my DPO, everything else, my corporate speaking, my virtual training classes, my women's speaker certification program, my book anthology projects, and the list goes on. So this has to be a part of it if you really want to. Many of you want to cross that six-figure mark. This is a great way to do it. So the first thing, again, is to attract the desired community that you want. How do you attract the desired community that you want? You got to talk their talk. So that means you have to know who you are. You have to know what your lane of brilliance is. You have to know what it is that you have to offer to the marketplace. And you have to consistently show up as that person. You cannot be all over the place trying to be a solution to everybody's everything. You are not the solution to everybody's pain. You are not the solution to everybody's desire that they want to fulfill. There has to be a very specific audience that you want to serve in your community so that you can always speak their language. I love referencing my sister, my twin sister, Cherie, Dr. Cherie I'm Good, who's going to be coming up, and we're going to be having a conversation with Kern in a few minutes, because I always say, whenever I have any type of medical procedure, I always make sure I get that on my sister's calendar. I'm like, Cherie, look, I got to go in for this outpatient procedure, or I got to go into my doctor and see this, and it's a serious conversation. I need you there. Do you know why? Because my sister is a licensed nurse. So my sister talks the talk of the people who are going to be taking care of me while I'm in that environment. So you want to make sure that you are talking the talk of the people who you are trying to magnetize. Nurses have a certain language. My sister talks their talk. Doctors have a certain language. Lawyers have a certain language. Entrepreneurs typically have a certain language. Speakers have a certain language. You have to be willing to talk their talk. So who are my people? That's what you want to ask yourself. Who's my tribe that I'm trying to attract? Who are my people? Who's my tribe? What do they want? Do I fill that want? Do I have what it takes to fill that want? Because if you have what it takes to fill what they want, not necessarily what they need, because people buy based on want, not need. If you have what they want, that's going to draw them in. Then once you have them in, now you can provide them with such great information and content and some of the other things I'm going to discuss that they want to stay in. Now they're invested in being there and not just being, a person who pops in and pops out. So what are my magnets? What are my lead magnets? The things that I'm using to be able to draw this specific customer in. What am I offering to them at no price point before they even get to the ELPP? Before they get to the entry-level price point, the membership fee? What am I offering them first just to taste what I have at no cost? Maybe it's an ebook. Maybe it's a template you have. Maybe it's a certain checklist. Maybe it's a free webinar. There are a variety of things. So you have to segment what you have. Segment your content. What's my free stuff? What's my entry-level stuff that I'm going to offer to this membership program? What's my premium price point stuff? Like, you have to make sure that everything is separate, because here's the mistake that you don't want to make. You do not want to make the mistake of offering what you teach in your premium price points in your membership program, right? Because then those folks who are paying you, investing in 10,000, 20,000, 5,000, whatever the number is, they're going to get a little upset. So it's very critical that as a business owner, you segment your content. All right, let me keep it moving. Number two is to launch. So first you attract. These are the 12 steps for you to get this membership going. That's going to allow you to generate somewhere between $4,000 and $10,000 a month or more. Attract is number one. Number two is to launch, meaning y'all just launch the darn thing. Like, stop overthinking it. Stop over processing. Oh my God, but it don't look pretty enough. Oh, but the colors, they just ain't right. Let me tweak it a little bit more. Now 30 more days have passed by that you could have been collecting that income that you didn't because you were trying to make it perfect. So get out of the mindset of perfection paralysis. Stop procrastinating. I'll share this with you. Perfection and procrastination are the enemy of profitability and impact. Y'all want me to say that again? I know somebody wants to hear that again. Perfection and procrastination are the enemy of profitability and impact. You want to be profitable? You want to make more money in your business? Guys, you got to execute some things. So launch the darn membership. Don't be afraid of how many people might say yes, how many people might say no. Oh, I only have 5 people. Let me tell you something. If you are not able to serve people when you're in your season of small beginnings, you cannot expect God to bless you with larger people, larger audiences to serve. You have to first be a good steward, faithful steward over the small before you ever think that God is going to assign you larger territory. So are you okay with the first 5 people who sign up, the first 10 people who sign up? And then you can work on growing that membership. But start where you are. Launch the thing. So open the doors, extend the invitation, and then keep them plugged in. So one of the things you want to do when you're considering launching is, what are the benefits I'm going to give them for this investment? For this ELPP, if it's 15, 20 bucks, 19 bucks, I don't care what it is, 27, 30 bucks, whatever it is, what do they get for it? What are they getting for it? Because it's still an investment. We can never diminish anybody's investment. We have to always make sure that we think about the fact that they are choosing to spend their dollars with us. So list the benefits very clearly. If you want to become a part of the Elevation Entourage, the EE Squad, guess what? I give people a link. I say, here, go to this website, and you can look at all the benefits that are offered as a part of the EE Squad. If you go to bit.ly/EE Squad, guess what? Everything's listed on that website. There's no secrets. I'm not hiding it from you. I'm not trying to make you sign up for one thing before you. No, it spells out for you what the cost is, 27 bucks a month, and what's involved. So just spell it out there, spell it out, list out the benefits, and launch. Here's number 3, engage. This is huge. Engagement. Nobody wants to be in a community that's dried up and shriveled up and nobody ain't talking to each other and ain't nothing happening. Like, I don't want to stay in a conversation that's really not a conversation. I'm trying to communicate and talk, but nobody's talking back to me. So you, as the person who's spearheading the membership, you have to make sure that the engagement is always robust. I love that word, robust engagement. It's exciting. It's energizing. There's a back and forth dialogue. People are ready to share their ideas, to share their thoughts, but you're also sharing. One of the things that I do to engage with my community, the community at Elevation Entourage, is I do pop-ups. I do Facebook Live pop-ups in the group. They're never planned. They're not on the schedule of all the other amazing benefits they get, but I just pop up. I'll be like, you know what, y'all, I already got makeup on. I'm already dressed up because I did 10 other calls today. I might as well pop up and talk to my tribe. I might as well talk to my people. That's how I talk to them, right? And I will lay down some serious content. And they're like, oh my God, mind blowing. They didn't even know that was coming. That's an added bonus, but it's also a part of me engaging with my community. So you can't start a membership and then you back away and you don't want to be involved. You don't want to be actively in the community. You have to engage. So when you're engaging, make sure that you're talking and speaking with them, not at them. Make sure that you're always the authentic you. Don't try to show up as nobody else. Just be you. The same way I'm talking right now is the same way I talk to my people in Elevation Entourage. The same way I'm talking right now is how I talk on stage. This is authentically Cheryl. And you need to be authentically who you are so that, again, you magnetize those people, you're engaging them, and then you keep them there. You don't want people popping in and popping out. Number 4, educate. You got to educate. So what can you teach them? What do you know that they want to know? And that goes really back to number 1 about knowing who you want to magnetize, because when you know what they want, guess what? You can give them what they want. I can't even get into all of that, the dynamics of how you can figure out what they want, but that's a whole nother Facebook Live. That's a whole nother session, virtual session, but you have to give them what they want. So what can you teach them? What can you remind them of? There's a quote that says, repetition is the mother of all learning. So can you give them reminders? Can you give them refreshers? Everything doesn't have to be brand new content. Sometimes you're just reminding people of the stuff that they're still sitting on that they're not executing. How many times have you worked with a client and they already knew what they should have been doing, but you needed to remind them, hey, your tomorrow is not promised. You need to execute today. Hey, remember you said you were going to do this, that, and the other. You want to write the book. You were going to launch the program. What happened with that? Right? So giving people reminders is also a big part of education. So educate your community, help them to grow. Here's number 5. I'm moving through because I think, I don't know if we started exactly at 8:20, but I think I only have a few minutes left and I want to honor the time. Number 5 is challenge your community. You want to grow that community, you want that income to keep coming in, challenge them. So push them beyond what's comfortable for them. So one of the things I just did in my community is I did a 5-day Facebook Live challenge. Do you know how many people in that community, even though they're women entrepreneurs, are not doing Facebook Lives because they're too comfortable, or they have convinced themselves that, oh, they're not going to get enough viewers, or, oh, they don't have enough content, or whatever the excuses are? Well, guess what? When I challenge them, it pulls them out of their comfort zone and it reminds them of what they're capable of, even if they've forgotten. Amazing the response that we got just from the Facebook Live challenge. So challenge your people. Be creative in thinking of ways to challenge them. Here's number 6. Number 6 is to connect. Connect your people to community resources, to other leaders, to other influencers, because that makes your membership that much juicy, right? You want it to be juicy where people are like, oh my God, if you are not in this group, you are missing out. And that's how the people in the Elevation Entourage feel right now. They're telling everybody and their mom, they're like, I cannot believe Dr. Cheryl's doing this for $20 a month, $27 a month. So our founding members came in at $20 a month, and then everybody else came in at $27 a month. So they're like, I can't believe she's giving all of this for $27 a month. One of the things I do is I connect them to other leaders and influencers. Hear me good. In a membership, you don't want to be the only voice in that membership. You never want to be the only voice in that membership. Some things, your tribe, your people, they're not going to receive it. They're not going to be receptive to it until they hear somebody else say it. So guess who I just brought into my community a week ago? Lisa Nichols. Now, come on, y'all. Like, it don't get no better than that for a $27 a month membership. My tribe was shocked. I surprised them. I didn't even tell them it was her. I just said, it's an influencer. You need to make sure you're here. And if you show up, you're going to get the blessing. She stayed on the phone with us on the video session for almost 2 hours, pouring into us. So make sure you connect your people to other leaders and influencers. Here's number 7, share resources, share opportunities, share ways for them to be able to elevate their own brand. So one of the things I'm really good about is if I know about a speaking opportunity. So for instance, I knew that Kern and her team were seeking speakers for their event that's coming up, the Success Conference. Guess what? I'm posting that in my community. Like, hey, y'all, here's an amazing opportunity for you to share your voice. We have some other people who were seeking speakers and other opportunities. I'm always looking for things to share with my community in case they don't already know about it. So what can you share? What resources can you share? What opportunities can you direct them to that allows them to elevate while they're a part of your membership? That will keep people invested in staying in that membership. Number 8, inspire your community. So you got to make them feel like, oh my God, anything is possible. And that means a big part of you inspiring them is to share your own journey and your own wins. That's a part of that is sharing, hey, I had this loss yesterday, but guess what? I had 2 amazing wins today. So inspire them not only through your words, but also inspire them through your own journey. Number 9, develop your community. So here's what I know, that professional growth is obsolete without personal development. I'm going to say that again. Professional growth is obsolete without personal development. So how are you personally growing your people and developing your tribe? Are you offering them resources for learning how they can become better? How do they develop their soft skills? How do they become more confident, more assured, more willing to take risks? All of that is a part of their personal development, and the business just becomes an extension of who they are personally. So you owe it to them to pour that into them as well. All right, here's the last 3, y'all. Last 3. Number 10, create accountability in your community for your membership. Like, hold their feet to the fire. My people know I don't have excuses. I don't bring excuses to the table. So what's up with you? Why are you bringing excuses to the table? And I will call them out when they not doing what they supposed to be doing. I will call them out like, what's up? What's the deal? Oh, y'all not doing XYZ because of XYZ? Okay, we're going to do a session on that. And I will quickly develop a session or a Facebook Live or some power talk to remind them, look, you have to make sure that you're not just talking about what you want, but that you are doing it, that you are getting some results. Or many of you will hear me say this thing. You at some point have got to divorce Ing and marry Ed. Y'all heard me say that before? You got to divorce Ing and marry Ed. Ing means, oh, I'm planning, I'm brainstorming, I'm thinking, all the INGs. And at some point, guys, you have to have a bridge where you're like, girl, I completed that thing. I created, I performed, I executed. Like, that's a good feeling when you know that you have come out of the space of just thinking about something and planning it and trying to develop it, and you actually crossed over, you executed, and now you have results that you can make even better than the first time that you executed. So hold their feet to the fire, ask them for updates, ask them for reports, hold them accountable. And the final two, 11, acknowledge. So make time to shout your people out in your membership. I promise you, people love to be acknowledged when they're doing amazing things. Give them an opportunity to share their big wins in your membership. Celebrate them when they're winning. Don't make it something that it's shunned for people to share what they're doing. No, I want to know. I want to hear what you're up to in the world. I want to know that you're winning big. And I want to know that this membership, this community is a part of you winning bigger. So when someone gets an opportunity, and maybe it was an opportunity that we posted in the membership, we want to hear that. We want to know, because we want to celebrate you as we are also elevating and accelerating you. And then last but not least, number 12 is to incentivize your community to magnetize more members. So what I know is that if you want to generate that extra 4K to 10K or even more through a virtual membership, you can't do that on your own. You cannot grow anything in business on your own. You need support from your tribe, your community. I got some diehards in my community. They always talking about me. Like, I'm not in the room. I didn't even know I was in the conversation, but they love what I'm bringing to the world. And because of that, they want to help me to grow. They want to see the community grow. And here's a big part of growing the community. When you grow your community, you automatically grow your opportunities. The more people you have who are connected to that tight-knit community in that membership, that's more relationships that can be developed, that's more amazing resources, that's more opportunities. So why wouldn't you want to grow? And why wouldn't your people want to help you grow if they're really invested in who you are and how you're showing up in your brilliance in the world? So ask them for their support, offer them bonuses and perks, or even offer contests for your members to bring in more members. That's my spiel. And I think I almost stayed within 20 minutes. So I'm going to turn it back over to Karen.
Yes. And look, I am one of those people that talk about Dr. Cheryl Wood all the time. Look, I love telling how Cheryl came to Success Women's Conference. My goodness, she turned that building upside down. She didn't even sit down the whole time she was there. I was like, please, y'all, let this woman get to her seat. Look, I'm like, and then I'm like, really? So you telling me that you think you can fly because you just heard Dr. Cheryl Wood speak? You telling me that you believe that now you can launch your business, now that you can expand your business, you can do all these things because Cheryl just poured into your life. Girl, I was like, go ahead, Cheryl. Go, 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 Cheryl. She delivered and some. That's a keynote for you. That's somebody who does, she over delivers, really. And really with the Elevation Nation, I'm like, hey, y'all, did y'all see what this woman doing? Really? And wait a minute, what? Cherie, what's going on with these twins? I can't even keep up with y'all. Y'all got me cross-eyed every morning. I'm like, what is she? Wait a minute, what's she doing? What's she doing? Oh, you dropped 63 pounds. OMG, you and this other one over here. Okay, twin power. I see y'all. I want to say twin power hour, but we only got 20 minutes. But I just really, I'm like, I can't wait to interview these two women. Cheryl just dropped this Elevation Nation. I mean, it's just like, boom. Really? I'm like, what she lead to? What she lead? And then she gonna bring Lisa Nichols. Oh, I said, no, she didn't. She ain't even tell us. She just brought on up in there. I'm like, really? OMG, this woman is delivering times two. And then I'm over here following this other one. She don't started two business out of the, just boom. I'm like, what is she doing? And when I'm like, first off, look, okay, she losing weight. Okay, what else? She introducing Mary Kay. That look, going to the next level on that, and then she opening up all these other bits. I'm like, really? Y'all really expect us to keep up with y'all? I'm tired. I am so tired. I'm like, Lord have mercy, I can't keep up with. I'm just, I'm gonna hitch on to y'all. I'm gonna just hitch a ride with you two, and I'm gonna just follow y'all where you go. So yes, I am a cyber stalker. I do not deny it. And yeah, I want to shout out to all my people tuning in. Cece Shabazz, Tanya Williams, Sheila Farr. That's one of my trailblazers. Sure, we got trailblazers in the house.
Yes.
Betty Speaks, Rosanna Carter, Janelle Smith. Oh, I love Diana Gary Gray, and several others. I'll be shouting y'all out later, but let me talk to these women, fabulous women. So look, y'all, tell me how y'all manage to keep up with your family. And I'm gonna start with you, Cherie. I want to know how in the world are you added two more business. How you keep up with your family? Now I know your kids might be grown, but you got a husband too. Now you got a man. Look, you ain't looking fabulous for nothing. Tell me how you managing to keep all that together.
It takes a lot of organization in a nutshell. So if it's not making dollars, it's not making sense. I stay away from tedious tasks. I don't watch a lot of television. If it's not a purposeful event, yes, I take some time to just step away. Like you saw my video on Facebook where I went for a ride with my girlfriend and her slingshot, and we had some fun, but that may be like an hour or so here or there. It's not going to be every single day. So I do schedule in my recharge time as well, but just being very, very organized and keeping a very, very tight knit schedule and calendar. That's how I fit it all in and still get my 8 hours of sleep to recharge.
Oh, oh my goodness. Now, Dr. Miss, the other doctor over here, Cheryl, tell us how you manage. So you still got little ones. And girl, let me shout out your daughter. Yes, yes, yes. That girl is bringing it. I'm like, she's speaking and she got that other artistic factor. Show your hands, show what your daughter is bringing. Yes, she's doing that all herself. That is just so gifted. I am so thrilled that they're learning how to be entrepreneurs at an early age, because COVID is teaching us one thing. If it ain't teaching us one thing, you better use them God-given talents that He has dropped inside of you. Learn that early so you don't have to be dependent on the system. But tell us how you manage with your family.
Yeah, so I am nurturing a marriage. My husband and I just celebrated 13 years of marriage 2 months ago. So, and we still like each other. Amen. Hallelujah. Um, I have 3 kids. I have a 12-year-old son, 13-year-old son, and my daughter's 16. And then, of course, I have the business, and then there's Cheryl, the self-care and all that. And I think the way that I manage it all is just trying to keep harmony. Like I never try to do it all at the same time because I'm not Superwoman and I don't want to be Superwoman. I don't want to wear the big S on my chest, but I'm exhausted about to pass out because I'm trying to be all things to everybody all the time or all at one time. So for me, if I am with my family, guess what? I'm with my family. And I hear some background noise. I don't know if someone knows that they're not on mute.
Yeah.
But if I'm with my family, I'm with my family. That's what I'm serving 100%. If I'm doing something with my kids, that's where I'm at 100%. I don't want to be checking my phone and trying to send emails and while I'm with them. So whatever the thing is that I'm serving in that moment, that is what gets 100% of me. Sometimes my business has to take a backseat to my family. Sometimes my family has to take a backseat to my business. And as long as we're in harmony in this household, it's all good.
And I've seen you do I remember my kids who are now grown now, but there was many a times where, hey, I got on the road or I did something and I took my kids with me because I wanted them to know, hey, you need to know how to be an entrepreneur. And I saw you incorporate that when you went to Paris and all that. And I was just loving it because it's telling people you don't have to not be an entrepreneur because you have kids. You can incorporate them. Go ahead, tell us a little bit about how you do that a little bit.
My family is always a part of the stuff that I do. They might not be in the intricate day-to-day stuff, but when I'm planning for SpeakerCon, guess who's stuffing the bags? My kids. When my sons, I'll have them dress up with their little suit on, and sometimes they'll be the little ushers or the hosts or the greeters at the front door. Whatever up to the plate. So he's making sure they're taken care of while I'm on stage, right? Because I can't do both. So it really is a partnership. But anything that I can do that involves the family, number one, experiencing what I'm experiencing is a beautiful thing. But also, number two, understanding the work that I do so that they know why mommy will say, guys, I need you to be quiet for the next hour because I'm about to get on a call. This is a money call. And my kids understand certain language. This is a money call. And y'all like VIP. Y'all love being VIP when we go places. Guess what? VIP ain't cheap or free. So if you want that VIP whatever, or you want that new PlayStation game or that Fortnite game or whatever you want, Jayana needs henna for her business. Guess what? Y'all need to make sure that you are respecting my money calls, which means I need you to shush it until I'm done. And they just have learned it. They've grown up in it. When I started, they were 2, 3, and 6. Now they're 12, 13, and 16. So they've been in it. My kids have been in the car when I first started, and I had to do an hour conference call, and they couldn't make a sound. So my kids have grown up with it. And now they value it and they respect it, and they're able to see on the other end what is the benefit of it. Guess what? You get to go to Paris with mommy. Nobody's paying for that except mommy's business. You get to go to South Africa with mommy. Mommy's not going to South Africa by herself on business. I'm bringing my entire family with me. So every international trip I take, my commitment is to take my entire family with me. And now their world opens up as they're seeing mommy serve the world with her gifts.
And Cherie, you are a frontliner. I mean, let's face it, you are a nurse by trade. You've been a nurse for over 30 plus years. So tell me, how have you, I mean, that's really amazing because you first off, y'all young. I'm just going to say, I'm 55 and I know how old y'all to me, young, and y'all look fabulous, by the way. But anyway, the bottom line is, how are you managing? How are you managing during the COVID and just incorporating? Because you remind me of me with, you got the healthcare, but you're also doing stuff. It's not just the healthcare side.
Right. I appreciate what Cheryl said about doing one thing at a time, being in that moment. So when I'm in nurse mode, I'm giving 100% to being that nurse and being the best nurse I can be to my patients that I have. Fortunately, the job that I hold is pretty flexible. Once I'm done seeing my patients, I can at least be at home and document on my patients or things like that. So with COVID, we're not having as many visits because I'm a hospice nurse, but I still have to leave the home, go see a couple patients, and then I can come back. So I love the flexibility of my job, even though I'm still working as a full-time nurse. It still affords me the opportunity to still have time to focus on my entrepreneurial journey as well.
Yeah. So that being said, what I also want to ask y'all, because y'all are the twin power, how do y'all support each other? Because I've seen you in action, but everybody else don't necessarily know what you do. Right. So, Cherie, tell us how you actually, because I saw you at Playtime's Up. That's where I met you once again, Miss Dr. Sherwood. That's why I met you. And I saw you in full action, but I was like, oh my God, now this is support. Talk about how y'all support each other. Yeah, I'm gonna start with you.
Well, whatever Sherwood needs, she has me. So we think so much alike that it's like having a clone. So if it's her event, literally we think so much alike that she's like, don't come and ask me, just ask my sister. Whatever she says, that's what I would have said anyway, because we think that much alike. So when she has an event, then I am her sidekick. I put my entrepreneurial hat down and I'm her personal assistant. Whatever she needs, it gets done. And I'm there to serve her. And then vice versa. When I'm having an event or I have something going on, she's the first one I call. What you think about this flyer? What do you think about this book cover? And then same thing. When I was hosting my expos, she was right there. Okay, what you need? You need me to interview people? You need me to do this? What do you need me to do? And so I love how we support each other. There is no competition. Yeah. There is more collaboration and looking out for each other. If there's an area that I know there's a great opportunity for her, I'm going to put her name in the hat, and then vice versa. We're always throwing each other's names in our interviews, whether we want to or not. We always, in some way, mention either something that the other one said, something that the other one's doing. So I love our energy together. I love that we're not in competition, but that we totally support one another, and we ride or die. Nobody can mess with either one of us, so you got to deal with the other one.
Yeah. I'm going to roll that back to Cheryl. Look, Cheryl, I know I've been watching Cherie over here, and I said to myself, there seems like there's a lot of Cheryl going on over there. So let me ask, how have you motivated your sister to go on and Oh, lift that on up to the next level.
Well, I mean, I hope I've had some level of input in motivating her. I mean, you know what I'm saying. I mean, that's kind of more a question to ask her than to ask me. But I will say that we are definitely each other's ride or die. Like, we are texting each other back and forth. What you think about this flyer? What this look like? I don't know. What you like to? She's sending me pictures of her new place. Like, what you think about this? You like this color? She picking out the paint, and we do that for each other. And then she comes and works her butt off at my conference, and I don't want nobody else. I don't want nobody else running it except for my sister because we think alike. She knows what I would say. She knows how I would respond, and also she has a little pit bull in her, and so she gets things handled. And sometimes I come across as a little too nice, but and it's it's a part of my public image. But Cherie can nip things in the bud and say things maybe sometimes I can't exactly say at the moment. So I just love the balance of it all. And then when she's having her events, I'm there, I'm supporting. It ain't no Dr. Cheryl Wood, the international speaker. That's not who I am right now. I'm Cherie Good's sister. So if I need to clean up some stuff, if I need to pick up something, if I need to do interviews, whatever it is, that's just how we support each other. We bounce ideas off of each other. And again, we can mess with each other, but you can't mess with us.
Yeah, go on, girl. That's that. Look, y'all more than sisters. Y'all got that twin power. And I found out that Cherie is the oldest. So
Yes.
it
2 whole minutes, Karen.
2 whole minutes.
2 whole minutes. But when you be at that conference, I'm telling you, I was watching you at Playtime Over. I said, girl, she is Cheryl out front. That's the one pushing the button over there. You don't want to mess with her. That's what I was thinking. I'm just saying. I was watching from behind.
Well, Cheryl is such a giver, and she pours out her soul with everything that she does. And when she hosts an event, she's over giving. Like, and when you have somebody like that, you have to protect that person. So I think I'm not the only pit bull behind Cheryl. Like, she has a whole tribe that will protect her. And look, and take the shoes on, put the Vaseline on if they had to for her. She's such a giver. And she pours her entire soul into what she does for people. It's really, really genuine. I'm not saying that just because she's my twin sister, but I see my sister in action, and I know that she over delivers. She's going to give you more than you're going to get from a lot of people for the price that she's charging. And so that's something that you don't want to devalue. And so I am very, very protective of my sister. I love what she does. She's a powerhouse. I have nothing but respect for her. She's pushed me and motivated me in ways in my business to propel myself to the next level. She's told me, okay, you're playing too small. You need to step your game up. I mean, she gave me some coaching and had me like, oh, hey, get yourself together. So those 12 steps that she told us tonight, she means them, and that's what she does. She implements them, and then she coaches you to implement those same steps because she wants to see everybody grow. So I love that about my sister, and I'm just proud of everything she's accomplished. And I just hope to accomplish a glimpse of what she's accomplished so far.
I ain't crying. I got on my Mary Kay. My Mary Kay. And don't you like how we both showed up with hoops today, Cherie?
Yes, right?
That's that twin power going on. Look, I'm proud of both of y'all. So I'm going to ask if both of y'all, and Cheryl, you can start off. Tell us what's next. I heard about your vocalized training. I want to just know a little bit about what you're doing, how they can contact you, and same thing with you, Cherie. Tell us what y'all got coming up and how they can reach you.
Well, thank you again, Karen, for having us and for creating this platform. I adore you. There's some people I like, and there's some people I adore. You are on my adore list because you're just always the same. You're genuine. You're authentic. And I love the way you have embraced me, you and Dorothy and the whole Success Tribe. Like, I just love you all so much. You really open up some doors for me and a whole nother confidence level. Sometimes people don't realize what they're doing when they offer opportunities to you. But even the people who are most successful need to sometimes be reminded of their greatness that God has given them, right? And I think you consistently do that for me over and over and over again. And I love you and I value that so much. So for me, you can stay connected with me at Cheryl Empowers. I'm on IG, Facebook, Twitter, everything, LinkedIn at Cheryl Empowers. You can also visit my website at CherylEmpowers.com. What's next for me? You know what? I am open. I am open to God's direction of what I should be doing next, where I should be going next, to whatever this next season looks like. The membership has been an amazing, amazing opportunity to touch more lives and serve more women, which that's like my heartfelt thing, is to help more women entrepreneurs to win big, to make money, because I know there's enough for all of us. I can't serve all 7.6 billion people in the world. Kern can't, and whoever else is on here, Pam Perry and other people. So everybody needs to step up to the plate to do their part. So I'm really of an abundance mindset that there's enough for all of us. And I just want to teach women the pieces that they don't know yet, that I didn't know years ago, so that they can get to their win quicker than I got to my win. The Vocalize Women Speaker Certification Program is fire. I launched it at SpeakerCon in November. I cannot believe in a few months we'll be in November again. And those women who went through that program and have braved the storm to get through that certification program will be coming back in November and graduating. They will be my inaugural graduation class of the Vocalize Women Speaker Certification. And then I've been getting so many requests for it that I'm going to actually tweak the program. And instead of having it as only a one time a year, I'm going to do it 2 times a year. And I'm going to do it as a 6-month program each. So we'll just double up on the session. So that's exciting. And just, again, every opportunity like this to be able to pour into people, even during COVID-19, has been a blessing.
Awesome. What about you, Cherie?
Well, again, Kern, thank you so much. I adore you as well. You got the twin powers on your side. Thank you for allowing me to have this platform. So often my twin sister and I get compared, but we offer 2 different things that we both bring to the table. And we both have a different way of teaching and style. We're 2 separate entities. So thank you for seeing, what I bring to the table. I definitely appreciate you for that. TotalHarmonyEnterprises.com, MakeMeOverWellness.com. Those are my 2 websites. For many who don't know, I will be opening my Meta Spa on this Saturday from 2 to 4 p.m. So my body contouring business, Make Me Over Wellness, has been booming. I've been doing it from my home. I turned my entire basement into a spa. Well, it's grown so much in literally like a matter of 2 months that I have to move out of my own home and go to a spa. So on Saturday, I will be having my grand opening ribbon cutting of Make Me Over Wellness Studio. It's going to be elite body contouring studio and a wellness center where I'll be offering weight management and vitamin B12 injections and everything wellness. So from skincare down to getting your body snatched and get it right, non-invasive measures. So I'm super excited about that. I'm gearing up for that. So Kern, I have to love you because I said yes, because I have a lot of work I've been doing behind the scenes.
Yes.
And then within the next month, I'll be launching Exceptional Wellness Candle Company. That was the second company that I started during COVID-19. So I started Make Me Over Wellness and then Exceptional Wellness Candle Company. Well, Make Me Over Wellness boomed so quickly that I had to kind of put Exceptional Wellness Candle Company on the back burner until next month once I'm in my spa and everything. So I'm super excited. And then Karen, you've just been keeping me busy with my speaking and my self-care and talking about networking. So it's like everything is booming and blowing up around me. And I attribute that to coaching from my twin power, Cheryl Wood, and also people like you who open up doors and open up opportunities for small entrepreneurs that want to grow and want to glow and let other people just hear that voice that they have and see that it's possible if you're just consistent, you're concise, and you concentrate on specific areas. Everything with me is wellness and self-care. So you can go to any of my platforms, any of my businesses, and it's all going to stem back to self-care, health, and wellness. So thank you again, Karen.
That's my sister. That's my sister.
Dr. Cherie, I'm good on all your social media sites. And again, TotalHarmonyEnterprises.com and MakeMeOverWellness.com.
So I'm holding you 2 coming to Biloxi, Cherie, because
I've never been to Biloxi, so I'm actually excited because I have never been. And you actually scheduled it at a time that I'm on vacation from my nursing job. So my plan is to be there. God willing, I will be there in person to see you and give you a real hug in Biloxi. So I'm excited. Thank you so much.
That's right. I know, Cheryl, we're going to miss you, but we're going to see both of y'all at Success anyway, going virtual. So I am so thrilled. Thank y'all for joining us today. I am so appreciative of your time because y'all are so busy. So thank you for blessing my group and sharing with us. Your twin power has recharged us again. So that brings me back to Power Up Summit. Power Up Summit. If you haven't gotten your tickets, I am telling you right now, this is the time. You just heard the twins. Come on, doctors. Come on now. You heard the twins. Look, you got to come to get your tickets. look, $59. You can't beat that. But today, I just offered $100 off of the elite ticket. You can't beat that. The elite experience is real and you want to be a part. You need to be here. If you look, you're in driving distance, you don't even have to drive on into Biloxi. 1 hour from New Orleans, 2 hours from Florida. You trust me, you will love us. Beaches and 9 casinos plus in the area. So that said, get your ticket, powerupsummit.com. If you're on the main screen, it's on the right. Get your ticket right there. And if you haven't got it, I'm telling you right now, it is time to get your tickets right now for the Power Up Summit. So coming up next, we have Jessica Rasdale. Y'all, I met Jessica. I actually looked up her site, and she has the Speak to Scale podcast. Look, I love listening to podcasts, but I don't listen to 10 in a row. But when I got to Jessica Rasdale podcast, I literally listened. I was so drawn in on her podcast, Speak to Scale. Jessica is a motivational speaker. She has her podcast called Speak to Scale. She's talking to us on how to scale your business with public speaking. Look, if you don't have public speaking on your resume, you need to get with it. As Cheryl said, if you are an entrepreneur, you should be speaking. That's part of what you do anyway. So you need to be a speaker. Jessica is a motivational speaker, best-selling author, public speaking strategist. So here you have Jessica Rasdale.
Welcome to How to Scale Your Business with Public Speaking. I'm Jessica Rasdale, and I'm so excited to dive in with you today. I'm not exactly sure what brought you to this summit and to this presentation in particular, but know that you are so welcomed and you're in the right place. If you are somebody who's really had speaking on their heart, and you know that you have a message to share, but you don't know where to get started, you are in the right place. Or if you have been speaking and putting your message out into the world, but you can't quite get the pieces together to make this work for you, again, you're in the right place. And we're going to break down all of that today in this presentation, where I'm going to show you the 3 different types of speaking, where you need to focus your energy, how you can monetize it, and how to leverage each one of these steps in order to scale your unique business. If we have not met before, welcome to the party. My name is Jessica Rasdale, and I'm the public speaking strategist for entrepreneurs. I am a nationally recognized public speaker, best-selling author. I am the founder of the Speaking Strategy Academy and the host of the Speak to Scale podcast. I'm completely obsessed with helping business owners figure out their unique story and share it in a way that makes an impact for their audience, but also grows their bottom line. And what I have found after working with hundreds of small business owners is that so many of us want to speak, or we're already in the trenches, but we just haven't figured out how to make it work for us. And we fall into one of 2 categories. So sit with me for a second, and I would love for you to identify which one of these do you fall into. Which one of these 2 situations are you in? Because if you are here today and speaking is not a marketing machine for your business, I'm willing to bet you're in one of these categories. The first one, where a lot of us fall into, is where we have no idea where to get started. Where speaking is so heavy on our heart, we have a message that we want to share, but we get stuck sitting on the sidelines, watching other people grace stages and podcasts and summits and wonder, why are we not being asked to do this? Why? Because we don't know where to start. This might be you if you have ever sat in an audience and looked up on a stage and said, I could do that better. Like, this might be you if you have a list of podcasts bookmarked on your computer that you're going to reach out to one day, but you haven't done it yet. This might be you if you keep going to conferences, sitting back quietly, wondering why you're not on that stage. And if that is you, friend, don't be too hard on yourself because we've all been there. And today I want to show you what steps you can take to get from that audience onto that stage the right way. The other side of the equation are for our business owners who are speaking. Like maybe you've gone all in and you said, you know what, this is the year that I speak. You're going to conferences, you're speaking on summits, you're getting on podcasts, you're doing all the visibility, but you're not seeing the return you hoped for. And you maybe feel like you're spending so many days out of office. You're constantly coming up with a new presentation. You've got more podcasts under your belt than you've ever even listened to. And this is great and all. You're getting lots of experience, but you're just not seeing the impact inside of your business. This might be you if you have spent more money on speaking than you have made from it. Again, we've all been there. There is no judgment or shame here. But in order for us to know what steps to take next, we've got to take this self-assessment and say, this is where I stand. This is what speaking looks like for me in this moment. I either haven't started yet, or I am starting and this is not where I want it to go. Or maybe you're just already crushing it and you don't even need to listen to this presentation. But I want you to grab a pen and write down what is the starting point for you? Where are you at right now? And where is it that you want to be? Do you want to be speaking on stages? Do you want to be doing interviews on guest podcasts? Do you want to be presenting on summits like this? And what difference do you want this to make for your audience and for yourself? Because if you're anything like me, you're putting your audience first. And that's what I want you to do. I want you to get crystal clear on the impact that you're going to make, the difference that your message could have for somebody. How will that change their life or their business or anything that they're dealing with right now? Public speaking is transformative. But the part of the equation that so many of us forget about is how that presentation is going to impact us and how it can change our life and our business. Because speaking is 100% can be this duality of great for your audience and great for you. And I don't want you to get into the trap where you are constantly giving and giving and giving, and your cup ends up empty and you have nothing else to give. Because in order for you to be a great speaker who can confidently show up and serve your audience, you've got to take care of yourself too. Now, the thing that nobody wants to tell us about speaking is that it's not one size fits all. And if you've fallen into that trap of doing all the speaking and listening to all the gurus and it's just not working, well, that advice might just not be the right one for you. So right now, today, I'm going to show you the 3 different types of speaking that you can use to scale your business and where to focus that energy so you can stop spinning your wheels and start making an impact. Do you still got that pen? So the first type of speaking, this is what I like to call tier 1 speaking. It's more about building credibility than it is about making conversions. So if you happen to be in a season of your life or your business where you're saying, hey, Jess, I want to speak because I have a message to share, but most importantly, what I want it to do for me is to build my credibility. I want to be seen as that thought leader. I want to be the go-to expert in my industry. And when somebody is looking for somebody to speak to whatever your subject matter is, they think of you first. If that sounds like you, I want you to write down tier 1 speaker. Tier 1. In tier 1 speaking, your main focus is to build credibility, to increase your authority, to really corner your niche and be the go-to expert. Now, there's a few things I want to caution you with tier 1 and also give you some direction about where you should be spending your energy. But I'm going to come back to that. Let's walk through the other tiers first. If that doesn't quite feel like you, maybe let's try on tier 2 for size. Tier 2 speaking is focused on conversions. Conversions. So maybe you're at a point in your business, in your life, where you have specific things that you want to sell. Maybe you have books that you want to sell. You have a coaching program that you want to move people into. You do consulting. You have a course. You want to sell physical products. It doesn't matter what it is. But at the end of your talk, you want to bring in pre-qualified leads who are ready to buy. This is a very different type of speaking. And to be honest, it's my favorite type of speaking because it involves a bit of strategy. Now, if that's you, if you're at a place where you're like, yes, that's me, Jessica. I want to focus on conversions. I want to make sure that I'm filling up my programs, that I'm increasing my sales, and that we're moving that needle inside of my business with every talk that I give, with every interview that I do, with every summit that I show up for. If that's you, write down tier 2, tier 2 speaker. Now, maybe neither one of those feel right for you and you're like, nope, still not me. That's fine. Let's talk about tier 3. Now, tier 3 is more of your traditional public speaker. This is where you feel like, where something that you might categorize as like the motivational speaker, the traditional keynote speaker, the person who is coming in to deliver a powerful message and expecting nothing in return. That your main focus is impact, in showing up and blowing your audience's mind. It has nothing to do with your actual business because that is your business. If that's where you fall right now, write down tier 3. Got it? So at this point, you should know exactly which one of these you fall into. Now we're going to go back through and you know which one to listen closely for as I tell you where to put your focus and what to do and what not to do in order to scale with each one of these tiers. Now, at this point, you might be able to see they're not the same. And to say that you can be successful with speaking if you follow these 3 steps sounds great and all, but if you're a tier 1 speaker, the steps that you're going to take are not the same as a tier 3 speaker. And if you only remember one thing today, I want you to remember that your path needs to be unique to you in your business. That what Joe Schmo is doing across the street might not work for your business. So it's so important for us to be able to put our blinders on and say, what's the best move to serve my audience? What's the best move to serve my business? And to commit to that. So if you are in that tier 1 space where the most important piece for you is building authority and being seen as that thought leader, then you, my friend, need to know a few things. That 1, this type of speaking is typically not paid. That doesn't mean it's a bad thing.
Hi,
I
I'm
just want you
Kern
to shift your
Cherry,
mindset and
speaker,
realize
author,
this is a
coach,
marketing activity.
entrepreneur,
It's something that you're doing
collaborator,
to
and
increase your
event
visibility,
producer.
to be seen, to
I'm the
get your name out
co-founder
there.
of
Just
Success
like you would
Women's
pay for
Conference
a
and
billboard on the side
director.
of the road
And
or a
after
Facebook ad on the internet, you might need to make minimal investments in order to land these types of speaking engagements. But as I'm telling you this stuff, know that I'm telling you this to manage expectations. That the last thing you want is to go into an event and have this expectation of, I'm speaking, so I'm going to get paid $10,000 when it's really a tier 1 type of engagement. And when we can manage those expectations and know what we expect to get and what we're actually going to get, you're going to be able to stay in this for the long haul. Ren, I have been speaking for over 14 years, and just being able to decipher what kind of engagement is this, what do I need to do for the audience, and how is it going to impact me, has allowed me to sustain this for the whole time. So with tier 1, because it's not typically going to make you that big influx of cash up front, you want to be very thoughtful about what events you say yes and no to. The biggest thing you need to focus on in this season of life and speaking is being selective about what topics you're speaking on. So if you want to be the go-to expert on filing your taxes, you should not be expecting and you should not be accepting speaking engagements around social media or client management or interior decorating. Instead, make sure that every yes that you say yes to, every time you pitch an opportunity, every time you take a stage, that everybody in that audience sees you as the go-to tax expert. It's going to help you not only corner that niche and be the go-to expert, but it's also going to help you increase your referral rate. And I don't know about you, but I love that. What you do not want to do as a tier 1 speaker is say yes to everything and start taking on types of presentations that are going to confuse your audience. We want to make sure they know where you're the expert and they can think of you for that. Another bonus tip here, because these engagements typically are not going to be paid, try to stick to close to home events. If you're not going to be paid for your time, you don't want to rack up a ton of travel expenses going all around the country when you could show up to networking groups, community organizations, different things right in your backyard where you can make a difference and build your authority without breaking the bank. So for tier 1, building that authority, do not waver on your speaking topic. Select the topics that are going to make you the go-to expert and stick to them. If you fall into the tier 2 category where you wrote down, yep, tier 2, that's me, Jessica, I want to scale my offers. If we're less focused on the credibility and we're more focused on the conversion, you have something different to focus on, my friend. Now, in full transparency, these types of speaking engagements can be paid and sometimes they're not. And the reason they are and are not is because at this point, you've probably already established yourself as the go-to authority in your niche. You have credibility. Maybe you've already written the book and you've already helped the people. You've proven the results you can get, but it's still a marketing activity. Your main goal in this category is to get in front of the right audience. Okay, so stick with me on this one because this is one of the biggest mistakes that I see small business owners do, where it comes the end of the year and they're like, Jess, I spent like $10,000 on travel expenses this year to go to all of these conferences and speak, and I didn't get a single client. And when we back into it, I start to realize they were speaking at the wrong places to the wrong people. So if you are a tier 2 speaker, if you have something in mind that you want to scale, you want to sell the book, you want to get more people in your program, you want more clients, whatever it is, define right now for me, write it down. What is that offer you want to scale? What's the one thing? What is it? Is it a course? So for me, for example, if I want to get more students inside of my online membership community, I need to get crystal clear on who is that offer for. My offer is for entrepreneurs. It's for small business owners who want to speak. So for you, when you look at your offer, what is the offer and who is that offer designed for? Who is the person who actually purchases it? Because if I go to an event and my offer, my membership is for small business owners and I'm speaking to corporate executives, they're not going to convert. I could give the best talk I've ever written. I could have this perfect conversion strategy. I could crush the pitch. But if I don't present that offer to the right people, the people it was designed for, I'm not going to see the results that I wanted. So if you are in tier 2, and your main goal is to get those sales, to get the conversions, to see that needle move inside of your business, make sure that you're being very selective of the events that you speak at. That means you're doing the research. You're learning all about your customers and you're figuring out where they're hanging out. What podcasts are they listening to? What associations are they a part of? What conferences are they going to? When you know that information, you know exactly what events you should be speaking at. It's like your golden ticket to getting conversions. Now, I will give a little caveat on this one that once you're at the right events, you've also got to have a really good talk. A well-structured talk that's going to overcome their objections and prime them for your offer is essential. But even the best talk will fall flat if you're not in front of the right people. So focus on that. And I also want you to stay in that mindset that tier 2 speaking is a marketing activity. So you need to make sure that you watch your numbers and you understand your return on your investment. For me, there's a particular conference that I go to every single year and speak at. And I go to it because I know I get a lot of clients from this one event. So for me, it's worth the investment each year because I know the return that I'm going to get. But if I go to an event and I realize, hey, my people weren't here, I didn't get the conversions I was hoping for, I probably wouldn't make that investment a second time. And I want you to have that data so that you can make well-informed decisions and know where to spend your time because it's valuable. Now, if you're saying, nope, Jess, I'm not tier 1, I'm not tier 2, tell me everything about tier 3, Awesome. Let's do it. Now, tier 3 is your more traditional public speaking, where you're getting paid upfront for your time and you're delivering a clear message. Now, tier 3 speaking doesn't happen overnight. You're probably going to have to start with some unpaid speaking engagements so that you can build your authority, you can perfect your talk, you can really kind of put in the time to have this well-polished product that is going to deliver a consistent result. But once you get to this point, this is one of the most fulfilling things you can do. And it feels so good to get up on that stage and know you're not asking your audience for anything in return. You don't have to wait around and see if you're going to get the conversion. You've been paid upfront for your time, and you have two jobs to serve your clients. But you have two clients here. Sorry, one job, serve your clients, and you have two clients, the audience and the organizer. It's your job to over deliver. Be the best speaker you can be and be great for that organizer. Find out what they need, serve them really well, and then blow your audience's mind when you step on that stage. This type of speaking is meant, a lot of work goes into developing your presentation because you need to do your homework and understand who your audience is, what they need from you in that moment. It's not about getting up on a stage and talking about how awesome you are, but it's getting up on a stage, looking at your audience and being able to answer the question, what do they need from me? And delivering exactly that. Now, this is so important because it doesn't matter how much somebody pays you to speak. If you don't deliver on that promise, you're not going to be asked back. And although this focus in tier 3 is not on conversions, I do like to argue a little bit that it is, because the ultimate test of a great speaker is if you're getting asked back year after year, and if you're getting referrals to another opportunity. So each time you speak, you should be shooting to not only wow your audience, but to get a referral to another presentation. And this builds the snowball effect. And if you can do that, before you know it, your entire calendar will be booked out with paid speaking opportunities that's making an impact for your audience and giving you a fulfilling career that feels amazing. I want you to just sit with that for a second and realize that it's not one size fits all. That the path that you are on is perfectly designed for you, but all of us, myself included sometimes, have to remember that we got to keep our blinders on. And remember that, like, our people are the ones we've been called to serve. Nobody knows them better than we do. They're our audience. And it's okay to say no to opportunities that are not a good fit for you and stay focused on serving the ones that are right for you. Your business and your life are not like mine. We all have a different path, and taking those steps that are tailored to our goals and our people are what's going to allow us to stay in this for the long haul. So my homework to you today, friend, is to figure out which one of those tiers you fit into. To go ahead and put those blinders on and take the action items that you need based on the tier. So if you're in tier 1, figure out those speaking topics and stick to them. If you're in tier 2, figure out where your paying clients are and get in front of them. And if you're in tier 3, do your homework and develop a transformational presentation that will get you rebooked. If we've gone through this today and you're still a little unsure of, I don't know, Jess, if I'm in tier 1 or 2 or a little bit of 2 and a little bit of 3, I've got a free quiz that you can take. It's just 10 short little questions that will give you the result and tell you which one you fall into. And then it's going to give you some step-by-steps as to how to figure out your speaking topic, how to search for events. It's completely free. And I know that sometimes we're just a little bit too close to our own content and our own business to be able to make those decisions. So if you go to the publicspeakingstrategist.com/quiz, you can just answer those questions and it will give you everything that you need. I cannot thank you enough for joining me today and allowing me to share my obsession with speaking with you, because my hope is that you will go out and share a powerful message with your audience that will change their lives. And in turn, they will do the same. And together we can create a ripple of change of people doing incredible things all around the world. Remember, your message matters. It has the power to change lives, including your own. So get out there and share it, but be selective and make sure you're sharing it with the right audience for you. Thank you so much.
So I hope you really enjoyed Jessica like I did. Like I said, go check out her podcast, Speak to Scale. It's amazing. It's worth your time. Definitely check her out. And she is going to be in Biloxi. That's right, live and in person. So you don't want to miss it. And in case y'all are wondering, we have another day of this. So don't forget, mark your calendar for tomorrow. Set your timer because boom, 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 we going to have more powerhouse speakers coming up tomorrow. So from 5:30 to 9:30, tune in. So look, I want to shout out to people who are actually just watching us. Karen Poole, and so I want to make sure that you hear us. Karen Poole, Connie Moran, I think I mentioned that earlier. There's so many of you out there watching us. I just want to make sure to say thank you. Thank you, and share, to put in the drop what you think of what's going on today. So anyway, I want to talk about what's coming up, how to create your own profitable event. If you're enjoying today, what you're seeing today, then you want to get with me. I am the butts in the seat queen. And trust me, I can tell you how to do your event live or in person and be profitable. You don't want to just be a big party. You want to have a profitable event. So if you're on the main screen, and if you're not, make sure to check it out. On the side, you can click and you'll see how to create a profitable event. You can schedule a time with me and we can talk about making sure if you want to do it virtually, that's right, I do the virtual. And if you want to do it in person, either way. Shout out to our sponsors. Keep is one of our sponsors. Swag Her, Go Fig. That's you, Rita. Yes, thank you. And PR and Home Care, I have to thank my husband, who is always supportive of me. And of course, the Power Up Summit. So what you have coming up next is me, myself. I'll be talking about how to create a profitable event. And make sure you drop in that line and go get your ticket to Power Up Summit in person, July the 24th through the 26th. So here I am, how to create a profitable event. Hi, I'm Kern Cherry, speaker, author, coach, entrepreneur, collaborator, and event producer. I'm the co-founder of Success Women's Conference and director. And after 15 years of planning events, I have seen the highs and lows. And definitely with Success having over 1,000 women every year, over 1,000 plus women every year, I have definitely seen my shares of the highs and lows. But one thing's for sure, during that process, you want to make sure that you're profitable. So today I'm going to talk to you about how to create a profitable live or virtual event. And so I'm going to go over some of the key things that you need to make sure that you are doing to make sure that your event is profitable, no matter how big or small you want to do each time when you're planning an event. And I've been teaching and coaching people over many years to do this. And so in the future, soon, I'll be doing groups as well, because I want to make sure that everybody knows how to create a profitable live or virtual event. So here are some of the 5 things that I go over. I won't be able to go over in detail everything, but I'll give you some tips in each area and focus mainly on the first one. So one is creating a plan. You want to create a plan when you're doing events. Number 2, you want to make sure that you build a team, a successful team, that is. 3, you want to create multiple streams of event income. Number 4, you want to make sure to select the right speakers. Speakers do matter. And number 5, promote your event. Critical. And one of the things that I do in my how to create a profitable event in my coaching training, I always add in branding, because branding is definitely essential to everything you do. You people got to know your brand. And when you do an event, it does have its own brand. So that is a bonus I normally throw in there. Just little tips to make sure that people individuals have successful events. So let's go back to number one. I will focus here because it's really important that you have a plan when you're creating a profitable event. Then it's the first thing you need to do. So you want to make sure that when you're going into the event, that you're just not going in and just throwing out things. You want to make sure that you have a plan. Over the years, I have learned you don't just go in, as I have in the past. Feet first, create a plan as you go. You want to make sure that you're profitable, then you need to make sure you have a plan. And part of that plan is, why are you doing the event? They start there. What's your why? Why do you want to do this? What does this event mean to you? What are you passionate about? You know, especially if you're charging a fee, and you should be trying to always make money, but if you're charging a fee, especially live, you want to make sure that you know what's your why. You know, when I started years ago, and it's been I think 6 years now, but anyway, Planning Success Women's Conference, we knew our why. We sat down, we talked about it, and there were many times where women across this area would talk about wanting and needing a women's event. And we were also a part of those conversations as well. And therefore, we knew our why. We figured it out pretty quick because women were looking for, it's not that we don't have many events where we have success, but we hadn't in the past had a woman's event that inspires and empowers the people when they come to it to do something more than what they're already doing. And that is really important when you're doing it, and when you're creating a conference in particular. You want to make sure that the people, as I say, are getting fed, that they feel like they came and they saw, they connected, they got empowered, inspired, and they went home and did something with it. So we decided that's what success is about. So that was really critical to the plan, knowing our why, because that helps you to lay your vision out, to lay your mission out, so that you're able to fulfill and be successful and profitable, and make sure you're putting those butts in the seats, because that is one reason why they call me the butts in seat queen anyway. I'm always looking for, why would that person want to attend this event in the first place? So anyway, so have your create a plan. Part of that plan is going over what's your vision, what's your mission. You also want to go over some of the most important things. Number one, when do you want to have this event? What's your dates? What dates are you looking at? So many may think, why is that important? Well, it is critical. The dates always matter. And you'll find more and more it becomes crucial, because you don't want to be having your event at the same time there are 10 other events going on, because what is that? That's going to pull from your ability to make money. It's also going to pull from your ability to get people to attend, for people to volunteer. There are so many things that date will affect. And if it's a holiday, you want to make sure that it's a holiday that people are willing to expend at an event versus at home with their family, on the road with their family, whatever it is. You want to make sure that you check those dates. And I'm going to tell you later, what are some of the places you can look for that? The other thing is, who is your target audience? Who are you trying to get to this event? Are they women or men? There's only two genders. Are you trying to do both? Who is going to spend the money to attend your event? So this does matter. And inside that target audience, what's their income? What's their age group? What age are you looking at? Looking at millennials? Are you looking at the baby boomers? Who are you looking at? So why does that matter? Let's face it. People who have more money typically are a little older. So the 50 plus may have disposable income. Most of them do. So they have something that they can spend on a higher ticket, and they can buy your ticket more without thought. Where a millennial may not have as much. They may not be able to take off from work. They may not have the disposable income. They're going to be more pickier on whether they buy that ticket or not. So who's your target audience? What age group are you looking at? Is it a man or woman? Who's spending that money on disposable things? And let's face it, conferences and events, those are optional. You don't need them to live, but it's definitely optional. And you want to make sure that they want to attend yours. If they're going to attend anything, your event is one of those events they're going to attend. So look at that. Other things that you want to consider when you're planning is location. And location, I would start with city and state. Is it going to be in your city, or is it going to be in another city? All of that does matter. Location, location, location is what they say in real estate. And trust me, when it comes to planning an event, location does matter. So make sure you're looking at that when you're planning your event. Are you going to do it in your backyard? Are you going to do it in another city? If you're doing it in another city, do you know the city? Are you going to have to reach out and contact somebody in the city to be a part of it? And that may be through the convention center or the hotel or somebody that can help you with the location that's out of state, particularly out of state. So location really does matter. If you're looking at location as far as locally and you're planning a local event, you want to look at whether it's on a main thorough traffic. Is it easy to get to? Can people take off from work, come by, enjoy part of the event, go back to work, or take off a half a day and get there in 15 to 20 minutes? Can they drive in? Do they have to fly in? All those things really do matter when you're planning an event. Where can you look when you're thinking about this event? Things that you want to think about as far as where to look. I would highly suggest look at what's going on. Are there other women events? Are there other events? I live in a casino town. Is there a headliner coming in? Can we collaborate? I always think about collaborate. In addition to that, you look at the tourism, look at the chambers, look at places that host other events that might affect you. Think about festivals and things that people attend in large numbers, because that's going to pull from your ability to sell a ticket. That's going to pull, again, as I said before, to get volunteers. So in addition to that, the next thing you want to look at is venue. Venue does matter. Is this venue creating the environment that you're looking for? You're trying to create an environment for your attendees. So venue will matter. And it's going to matter on your bottom line. As far as profit, it's going to truly matter. Because sometimes when you're looking at a venue, AV can cost more than the building itself. So you need to look at your venue, the cost inside it. Are there flower arrangements that are part of it? Venues do matter. How it looks. does matter. So make sure that you look at your venue, your location, the traffic. All those things are gonna matter when you're planning and creating a plan for your event. So I'm gonna move on quickly because we don't have much time. So I want to hit the highs of the other 4 things that I talked about. Number 2, building the right team. Who should be on your team? Number 1, always look at who are the people that don't mind sitting at the table and helping me bring in funds, sponsorship dollars. So the people that don't mind in no, no, no until they get to a yes. So they're important. So in addition to that, I like to bring creatives to the team, graphics, website people, all those people who tend to be able to help you with your colors, your themes, your vision, your mission. Creatives, very important to your team. In addition to that, you want to look at people who are, of course, you're going to have your supporters, people that are behind you no matter what. They should be at the table, but, keep that to a minimum. In addition to that, you want an admin person, somebody that helps keep you organized, event coordinator, somebody that plans events, literally plans events like weddings and things like that. If you can get one of those to the table, a volunteer coordinator, really important as well. These are just some of the people to look at, making them a part of your team. So going on quickly to number 3. Number 3 is creating multiple streams of income. You want to make sure that you look at creating multiple streams of event income. So what are the top 3 or 4? And I'm going to go over real quick here. And one is sponsorship dollars. Yes, that's number 1 to me. Corporate sponsorship of all levels, people that support you of all levels of sponsorship dollars are essential. So it's very important that you have sponsorship dollars. And that's why I put tickets as number 2, because tickets should not drive your income. It's essential, but it is not what should drive your income, because you don't know how many people are going to attend your event. So you want to make sure that you're bringing in sponsorship dollars. Tickets, you can create different levels, VIP, elite, butts in the seats. You should always have that budget ticket, butts in the seat ticket. You should always have that. And so other streams of income, vendors, really important that you have vendors and create a stream of income from vendors. And there are other ones that I could go over, but I don't have time, but also back of the room sales. Keep those in mind. And so during my training, I always go over and create plans for people in order to create multiple streams of income. Now, number 4, selecting your speakers. Keynotes really do matter. They just do. And it's really important that you think about a keynote who has a tribe, who has butts in the seats behind them, because that's important. It's going to help you sell tickets. You can't pick a keynote who doesn't have followings on social media, people that aren't willing to travel and see them, because that's not a true keynote. Many of them are people who just have a tribe. And so that's important. That being said, it's essential to look at your regular speakers. Don't just pick friends and family. Pick people that have following on social media. And speakers are ambassadors. So if there are people that share and post and tag events, now they're not going to do it all the time, because if they're really good, they're on the road. But if they're doing it some of the time, those are the type of speakers you want to recruit. So that's just a tip or 2 as far as selecting speakers. but that is a process that I take seriously, and is really important to the process of you having a profitable event. Number 5, promoting your event. Don't just post a flyer on your page and think that's going to be enough posting to social media. There is so much more to promoting your event. This is where your database becomes important, because you want to be doing those e-blasts. You want to be tagging and connecting with other people. You also can bring in ambassadors. Those are just some of the things that you can do. Trust me, when you're doing promoting an event, you actually need to have a plan, a promotion plan, a schedule that helps you, because there are key times that you want to make sure that you're getting those butts in the seats, people that are going to attend your event, because sponsors, more than anything, want to make sure that you have a good attendance. So branding was number 6. That's a bonus. And I go over that often in all of my training. It is going to help your event and people to know your brand. So my name is Kern Cherry. You can find me on any platform. LinkedIn is my favorite. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Pinterest, as many as I can do. Platforms, Kern Cherry, Kern Crockett Cherry, PR and Home Care. I thank you. I hope you were able to learn something from how to create a profitable event. I hope y'all have been enjoying all the powerhouse speakers that we are delivering today. And look, there is more tomorrow. Write it down. Tomorrow, June the 25th, tomorrow, 5:30 to 9:30. We gonna bring those speakers, and I am going to tell you right now, bring your notepad. Don't come unprepared, because you're going to want to write these nuggets down. And I am personally going to share how to create a profitable event. You want to make sure that you create a profitable event. There are 5 major steps that I go over, but trust me, tomorrow I'll drop a few nuggets just for you in the content tomorrow, and I will do it. You'll see it in person. So that being said, make sure you get your Power Up ticket. Power Up in Biloxi, Mississippi. Make sure you get that ticket. So who do we have coming up next? Yes, it's Happy Entrepreneur time. Shay Brown. Shay Brown is the happy entrepreneur. And what is he going to talk to us about? Y'all know that Shay is a coach, a speaker, master salesperson. So if anybody know how to sell, it's Shay. He can definitely sell you, and he's a master connector as well and collaborator. So who other better than to deliver copyright systems? 3 steps for you to sell anything. That's right, anything without even opening your mouth. So here we have right now, Shay Brown, happy entrepreneur. And look, by the way,
well, it's a great day. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur, and welcome to this very special conversation that we're going to have, the key concepts to copywriting. Yes, the 5-step formula to selling anything without opening your mouth. And do you know what the number 1 skill that every business owner needs to have in order to be successful? Well, let me share with you. The number 1 skill is copywriting. You know, if you step back and ask me and say, Shay, what's the most profitable idea that you've ever learned? And all the ideas you've ever learned in business through all these years, and I've probably read, 10,000 plus books. I probably listened to 100,000 hours of audio and videos. I've done so much training. I've trained probably millions of people through the power of these broadcasts. And if you were to come back and say, Shay, I just want to know the number 1 idea that you've ever learned, you know what I would tell you? Think about what your number 1 idea is right now. What's the number 1 idea you've ever learned? And the number one idea I've ever learned is copywriting. That when you learn just that one idea, it will have a breakthrough in your business. So my mission today is really to do three things. Go ahead and jot these three things down in your notes. My mission today is to serve, plus give value, and then we can ask for a solution. Let me say it again. We serve, plus give value, and then at the end of the day, when it makes sense, someone can ask us for a solution. Now look, let me share. There's really three key elements for any business. You need a client attraction system. You need a way to actually generate qualified leads of people who have an interest in what you're doing. You need an appointment setting system. That means you need to get in front of folks. And then you need a client conversion system. That means, how do I solve a problem, have someone make a purchase, and at the end of the day, I make a difference and a dollar in the world. If that's you, and you make a difference in the dollar at the same time, say, that's me. Yes, that's me. That's one of the reasons why you're here. Tuned in right now, laser focused. And I'm so glad you're here. Isn't that what this summit is all about? You being able to improve the quality of your life and improving the quality of your business. So that asks the question, what is a sales script? And you know, most folks, when they hear sales scripts, they have a resistance to sales scripting. Why do they have a resistance to sales scripting? Because when you think of a salesperson, most folks, because of our view of the world, because of the negative stigmatization, most folks think that when you use a script, or when they think of a salesperson that's using the script, think of someone being sleazy, someone being slimy, someone trying to convince them and influence them to do something they absolutely have no clue that they want to do. So they have a resistance to doing that. When in fact, sales script is just words and sequence that have meaning. Jot that down in your notes. Words and sequence that have meaning. So if you're saying something, then you're having meaning. Otherwise, you'll be speaking in gibberish. And none of us speak in gibberish. Gibberish is how schizophrenics talk, right? They're talking words like block, chair, water. But no, that's not how we talk. We talk in words that have a sequence, that have a meaning. So here's what I need you to realize. You're always using a script. Whether you believe it or not, you're using a script. Look, if you take sales scripts versus no sales scripts, and we step back and we review that, sales scripts keep the message focused. It keeps it concise. It keeps you going where you want to go. A sales script gives entrepreneurs a confidence boost. You want to know what you're going to say, when you're going to say it, how you're going to say it. You don't want to wing it. A sales script really results in better voicemails, text messages, and media posts. You will no longer just go, how can I say this, rambling on. No, that won't be you. A sales script also makes scaling the business so much easier, because now you can duplicate yourself and other people. You can do that, and once you do that, it makes it easier for you. It makes it easier for the process, and it makes it easier for the other person. The number one skill that every business owner needs to be successful is using a sales script, which is really copyright. And I'm really bringing that home so you're aware of that you've got to get better at the words that you use. Now, here's a couple of sales scripting techniques. Some people say, Shay, how do you write a sales script? Well, here's how you would do it. If you and I were sitting down and you were at our $5,000 sales scripting copywriting bootcamp, I would say there's three things you need to do. Let's say you want to focus on your closing script, just in the time that we have right now. I would say first we're going to start with your baseline script. So we're going to record exactly what you say at the end of your presentation, word for word. Then after we record that, we have what's called your baseline script. We'll send that over to a transcriber. The transcriber will transcribe that for you. So now we have it written down, exactly what you say. Now, you might change it up every now and then, but you say the same things about the same way every single time. And then we would send it over. So now we got your baseline script. Now I've got to reverse engineer. Reverse engineer when I say, what's the last thing I want them to say? Which is, I want them to say, yes, I want to hire you. And then what do I want to happen right before that? I want them to know that this adds so much value. Then what do I want them to know right before that? That they can trust me. Then what do I want them to know right before that? That this sounds like something that I can do. See, what we're doing is we are reverse engineering. We're beginning with the end in mind, and then we're working back. And then once we've done that, then we're going to go in and then we're going to persuasion engineer. So now we work backwards. So when one domino hits the other domino, for those remember doing dominoes, the thing that goes ahead. Now we got a persuasion engineer. Persuasion engineer means we go into one area of the script and we make it more powerful, more persuasive, using neuro-linguistic sales, which is a study of language patterns and how it impacts the sales process. So there's a couple ways that you can do this, that you can really boost who you are. The first thing you can do is you can borrow other people's scripts. So maybe you don't know exactly what words to say, but you can borrow. It's not stealing. You can borrow what someone else is saying in their clothes. You can use best practices so that you don't have to come up with everything brand new out of your mind, because people perform in predictable ways. Jot that down in your notes. People perform in predictable ways. So we can borrow some language patterns that we know that works. We could tell ourselves, I'm a successful script writer. We could tell stories of other folks. Nothing sells like success. Or we could just reverse engineer our script. Let me share with you one script writing technique. And one script writing technique is called leading language. And leading language is when you say something and at the end, you leave it off. So if I'm talking to you right now and you was at a Prince concert, let's just say that. And singers do this all the time. And some of you may not know him as Prince, maybe know him as just the sign. He's no longer with us. But if Prince was singing, he said, purple rain, purple, purple rain, purple. And he turned the mic back over to you. The whole audience would scream rain. And so what you're doing there is you're leaving off the last part of the sentence. You probably heard this before, that consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. Consistency is the key. Having said that, what do most people struggle with? Many of you said consistency. And that's called leading language. And we're going to lead our prospect in the direction that we want them to go. And then another technique that we could use is called a pre-frame. And a pre-frame is when you tell the person what's going to happen before it happens. So we're going to pre-frame the conversation. So if I was meeting with you, I might say, look, when we get together, I'm going to ask a couple of questions so I can better understand you. I'm going to share some folks that we work with. If there's a reason that it makes sense, I'll then share with you how you can work with our company, and you have an opportunity to ask any questions and make that decision. That's called a pre-frame. I'm telling the person exactly what's going to happen before it happens. Like if you hired us and we had opportunity to have our first session, we're going to put together your 90-day year, which is how do you get more done in 12 weeks than most folks do in 12 months. And it's one of our favorite things to do. And once you do that, the breakthrough will create. And in the first 30 days, the breakthrough happens. Doesn't that sound good? Doesn't that feel good? That's called pre-frame. So what I want to let you know is that there are different types of scripts. Not all scripts are alike. No. Just like a subject, verb, and a noun, there's many different verbs, there's many different subjects. The exact holds true with sales scripting. Now, here's what I want you to think about. Which path will you choose? Will you choose the wing it, shoot from the hip, shoot from the lip, try to be continuously, spontaneously brilliant? Or will you embrace copywriting? Will you embrace script writing? Will you embrace the one technique that, you know what, you crack this code and you'll get better at writing your emails. You'll get better at writing your sales pages. You'll get better at writing your free gift pages. You'll get better at sending your text messages. You'll get better at having one-on-one conversations. You'll be briefer. You'll be more powerful, and you have more persuasion. Or will you just wing it? Look, I just want to let you know that, the best way to go. The best way to go is to embrace sales scripting as the one language that you can use. Why is that? Jot this down in your notes. This is the number one idea I'm going to share. I did say the number one skill that every business owner needs is copywriting in order to be successful, because you're always communicating verbally, non-verbally, through videos, through Facebook, through master classes, through webinars, through conference calls, and writing. You're always. And so here's what my mentor taught me that I want to share with you. Go ahead and jot this down. This might be one of the top 5 ideas that I'm going to share. And here it is. Your words can make you rich. Jot that down in your notes. Your words, what you say, can make you rich. Don't miss that one idea. This one idea can be a game changer for you. Your words can make you rich. You get better at what you say. You get better when you say it. You get better at how you say it. You get better at connecting. You get better at communicating. You get better at helping people understand how you solve a problem, and the magic happens all by itself. How true is that? So you might be wondering right now, what scripts do I need? Well, first, I want you to create a list of all of the scripts that you need right now. So if you're listening right now and you've never done this exercise ever in your life, it's not your fault. My name is Shay Brown. So I'm here to help you be able to create a breakthrough right now. So go ahead in your notes, write down, if you need an appointment setting script, write that down. If you need a recruiting script, write that down right now. If you need a script to generate appointments, jot that down right now in your notes. If you need a masterclass or a webinar script, write that down right now. If you need an email re-engagement campaign script, write that down right now. You go ahead and write. Some of you just need a closing script, right? That's all you need, is just a closing script, and life is good. Jot that down in your notes right now. And then the second thing I want you to do is prioritize the list. So some of you getting your closing script done first makes sense. Others of you getting your appointment setting script makes sense. Some of you doing your lead generation script makes sense. Some of you are also looking and saying, you know what? I've never, ever gone through this in my life. So you want to know, what's the steps? What's most easiest? What's most urgent? What's most valuable? That's my criteria. Sometimes I write scripts that are most valuable. Sometimes I write scripts that are most urgent. It really depends. But here's what I want you to do right now. Pick a script that you're going to use right now. Like, pick one. And I want you to imagine that you picked one right now. And it's a closing script. And that closing script is done. So now at the end of your presentation, you know about what you're going to say for your most profitable product. You know how you're going to say it. Now here's the question. How much extra money are you going to earn over and beyond whatever you're earning today by just having that closing script done? Maybe it's an extra $10,000 a year, a month going into your bank account. Some of you, it's $20,000 or more a month going into your bank account. But let's just be conservative. You get better at what you're saying. You get better on how you're doing it. And you have your team that you now build. You have your online communication channel working, which needs copyright in order to operate. So your sales funnels are selling. Your team is out there serving and selling. And let's say you generate an extra, I don't know, $150,000 a year. And this is conservative, over and beyond whatever you're earning. Here's my question to you. What are you going to do with the money? An extra $10,000, $20,000 going into your bank account. Write it down right now. What are you going to do with the money? How will your life be different? Maybe you're going to pay off your student loans. Maybe you're going to pay off your debt. Maybe you're going to write a check for the cause you agree with. Maybe you're going to pay off your mortgage. But what I want you to do is pick a script that you're going to write. And then once you've done that, then we're going to write down the components of a sales script. So we start writing a laundry list of what you need. Because right now, an extra $10,000, $20,000, some of you $50,000 a month coming in over and beyond whatever you earn today, it makes sense. So Shay, how do I start? Create a laundry list of all of the scripts you need. Create a folder called scripts. And then create subfolders. One for stories, one for probing questions, one for the offer, one for handling objections. And just imagine that the scripts are done. Just imagine there's an extra $20,000 going into your personal bank account, month over month, over and beyond what you're earning today. How has your life been different? This is great. Isn't this wonderful? Don't you feel good? Here's what I want you to know. Sales scripting can make all your dreams come true. Like right now. Like it's the one skill that immediately your sales funnels are better. Immediately your conversations are briefer. Immediately people are able to collaborate with you. Immediately you're getting booked as a speaker. Immediately, oh my gosh, you're recruiting a Hall of Fame team that everybody on your team is a Hall of Fame player. Sales scripting can make all of that come true. So let me give you the components of a sales script, because you might be saying, well, Shay, this is good, but I still don't know how to write. This is the third part, and I want to make sure you get this down. The components of a sales script. Well, first, putting together a sales script is like baking a cake. And when you bake a cake, there's certain ingredients that you need in a cake. So if I was going to bake a cake right now, and I've never baked a cake, I would say, I need some eggs, some flour, some sugar. I need some water. I need all of the ingredients in order to bake a cake. And if I was missing eggs, what would I do? I would go down and get the eggs like right now. Like I would not delay. I would go down there right now and get all of the eggs. And then once I did that, I'm ready to put my script together. And sales scripting will take you from where you are right now to where you want to be. Effective sales scripting is a process. It's not something you do overnight, but it's something that can be done. And it relates to our 4S formula, which we believe that systems plus a strategy plus sales equals a successful CEO. And systems are duplicatable. Systems are repeatable. Systems beat goals every single time. So a system is a simple combination of people, processes, and tools when it all comes together. So first we have our product. Then we bring in our copy. And then once we've done that, we have our design. And now we've got what I call the perfect 7, all lined up and ready to go. The key is we've got to keep it simple. The goals of your sales funnel, really at the end of the day, using copywriting, is to get traffic, is to build your list and convert prospects. Let me say it again. The goals of your sales funnel, which really is all about copywriting, whether you're doing it online or offline, is to get traffic, find people who have a problem so you can solve it. Your copywriting finds people who have a problem so you can solve it. And then you build your list. That means you communicate with folks on a daily basis on how you solve a problem through your video, through your email. And then some of you are doing it through webinars and masterclasses and books and cheat sheets. And you're making this thing work. And then last is to convert your prospects. And then once you convert your prospects, at the end of the day, then it allows you to solve a problem. And here's what we know. People will pay today if you help them solve a problem today. You're in the problem solving business. And isn't that the real secret? Isn't that what it's all about? Sales will solve any business problem. And I want to encourage you, as you're listening right now, I want to encourage you to get better at your copywriting. I want to encourage you to get better at the words you're using. I want to encourage you right now to embrace the one skill and stop resisting it. The one skill that when you improve this one area, you with 100% certainty will make more sales with less effort. Here's what I know about you. You're a winner. I know that you're a champion. I know only winners show up for this type of training. Only champions show up. Only people who know they have the potential inside of them to perform at a much higher level than whatever level you're doing right now. And I know for you, today is your January 1st. You're going to get those scripts right and done. We're not going to wait till January 1st. We're going to use January 1st right now in this moment. Today is your January 1st. We're going to create that moment right now. And we're going to embrace this skill. And we're not only going to embrace this today as my January 1st. You're going to do 3 things. You're going to imagine what's possible for you, because it's possible. You're going to believe it's possible, and you're going to take action every single day. Imagine, believe, and take action. Today is your January 1st. With that being said, my name, by the way, for those folks that are tuning in, my name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. And I promise you from the bottom of my heart, we'll make some good things happen. We connect again next time. Remember, time is long. Life is short. Live in the moment, high, and make it count. God bless, and I wish every single one of you success. Peace. I'm out.
Y'all have been enjoying all the wonderful speakers. These powerhouses are delivering. And I just want to do a quick shout out to some of the people that have been tuning in, and they're getting their Power Up Summit tickets right now. Don't forget, elite tickets, discount, $100 off. Don't miss it, because it's not going to last long. Friday will end that sale. But shout out to Yolanda Green, Jackie Castor Cooper, who's going to be speaking at Power Up, Joyce Battle, Donna Hicks, Izu, and then Karen Poole, Sandy Sanders, Jackie Frazier, and then also several other people, Lisa Jones. Thank y'all for being here tonight and checking out the Level Up Your Visibility. And I hope you're taking notes, because these speakers are bringing it right now. Take these tips because you want to be visible so you can be profitable. If you haven't thought about creating your own event right now, I'm going to say create it and call me. I'll help you do it. So don't forget, tomorrow is day 2 and it is going to deliver. You're gonna hear Delano Johnson, Chief Marketing Officer for Toys R Us, and he will tell you how he did that, made it all, lost it all, but back again. He's a master of branding it to the next level. Then you have Eric Swanson, Dr. Avis the Weaver. You have seen her recently on TV, CNN, all those other places. Ashley Little, the networking special, Nicole Roberts Jones, Lori Pretzel, and then Lily Mae of Glam Bishes. All these people gonna be joining us. And of course, I'll be there sharing some nuggets as well. And I just have to say, shout out to my Power Up team. You can't do anything without a tribe. And look, y'all, I have a Power Up Summit team. Y'all have seen them. They're posting. Shout out to Dunn Lee, Carol Brent, Lexi Williams, Sabrina Starworth. Yes, I'm wearing her fabulous jewelry right now. Rita Green. Yes, yes, yes. Dr. Yolanda Jerry, yes, that's the Jerry and Cherry show. Yes, that's Yolanda still with Angela Singletary, Miss Key, I call her Key, Katisse Keys. I'm sure I'm saying it wrong, but hey, Nikki Perry, that's New Orleans in the house, by the way, and Renetta Patterson as well, and then also we have Shadera Allison. That's my team. They're supporting you. Get with them. They will help you get to the Power Up Summit, which is July the 24th through the 26th in Biloxi, Mississippi. Tickets starting as low as $59. And shout out to my sponsors. If you're loving what you're seeing right here, Remote Producers, yeah, that's them. They bringing this show for me tonight. That's my sponsor and that's my support. Also, Keep and Swag Her and Go Fig. Rita, shout out to you. A PR and Home Care, always giving a shout out to my husband, Dennis Terry, because I can't do nothing without his support. So, and then Power Up Summit. So what's coming up next? My girl, Talisha Berry with Courageous Magazine. That's right. She is the producer. She is the person who founded Courageous Magazine. She is a radio host. She is a publisher. And guess what? She's going to tell you how to be a media star. Because if anybody knows how to do that, it's Talisha Berry.
Hey, I'm Talisha Berry, publisher of Courageous Woman Magazine, an inspirational publication that highlights extraordinary women. We have been blessed to feature some of the most amazing, courageous women from all over the world. And today I want to thank Miss Kern Crockett Sherry for allowing me to be on this platform. Level up your visibility and your profitability. That is a mouthful, but it is so powerful because that is what we need to do in order to be successful. You got to get that, be visible to be profitable. So I'm so grateful and honored to be here to share with you what I do as a publisher. Not only do we publish magazines, we publish books. And this past weekend, we actually got an opportunity to launch a new product, which was Courageous Men. And this was our first, it was a special edition. And we featured 20 amazing, courageous, powerful men on the cover. Actually, we had 3 covers. One of our covers was actor Michael Jai White. Yes, you might know him from Tyler Perry shows, For Better For Worse, from Tyler Perry's movies. Why Did I Get Married? Why Did I Get Married To? And the movie Spawn. So he was one of our covers. Tommy Jones was one of our covers. And Ray Leonard Jr., the son of
boxing legend, Sugar Ray Leonard. Yeah, so we had some very amazing, courageous men. So when you get an opportunity, go to courageouswomanmag.com and check that out. It is there, and you can check out what we've done. We wanted to get an opportunity to honor men. It was Father's Day, and in the wake of the George Floyd murder and the many, many murders of our African-American men, African-American people, period. We wanted to make sure that we had something that we wanted to do was get how the men were feeling. I wanted to know how they were feeling as African-American men. And so we got those questions answered. So it's a really, really good issue. And I hope that you will go and check it out and see what we be doing over at Courageous Woman. So it was a blessing and an honor to share these powerful men, sharing their businesses, sharing what they do, and encouraging and empowering the readers. So I'm looking forward, though, to being part of this summit and being in Mississippi next month. Mississippi, don't you just love the word Mississippi? I learned how to spell Mississippi way back in the day when Grandma and Big Mom would teach you how to spell Mississippi. What was it? M-I, crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, humpback, I. And if Big Mama and Grandma didn't teach you, Good Times, the TV show, taught you. So make sure that you tune in. If you can come, I look forward to seeing you there in Mississippi at this summit. But today I'm going to talk about being a media rock star. I had some slides, but we've been having some technical difficulties today, and I want to do this without those slides. So it's all about being a rock star. And when I think of being a rock star, I think of the many musical artists that we love, like Michael Jackson and Prince, and some of those amazing artists that we loved their image, we loved their music, we loved everything about them was inspirational, and we followed them. We sung their lyrics, we played them at our parties and our dances, and we just enjoyed. And we continue to follow them, follow their brands, follow their new music, their new videos, everything about them. We continue to follow them. And I think the same method can be used as in media, becoming a media rock star. So the same type of brand that they had, the same things that they did to gain the followings, having great content, great music, those are the things that kept people loving them. So those are the same things you can do to keep people to following you, people loving what you do. So one of the things that I say, or three, let's say three things that I say that you must do to be a rock star. Hey, I'm Talisha Berry, publisher of Courageous Woman magazine, an inspirational publication that highlights extraordinary women. We've been blessed to feature some of the most amazing, courageous women from all over the world. And today I want to thank Miss Kern Crockett Sherry for allowing me to be on this platform. Level up your visibility and your profitability. That is a mouthful, but it is so powerful because that is what we need to do in order to be successful. You got to get that, be visible to be profitable. So I'm so grateful and honored to be here to share with you what I do as a publisher. Not only do we publish magazines, we publish books. And this past weekend, we actually got an opportunity to launch a new product, which was Courageous Men. And this was our first, it was a special edition. And we featured 20 amazing, courageous, powerful men on the cover. Actually, we had 3 covers. One of our covers was actor Michael Jai White. Yes, you might know him from Tyler Perry's shows, For Better, For Worse, from Tyler Perry's movies. Why Did I Get Married? Why Did I Get Married To? And the movie Spawn. So he was one of our covers. Tommy Jones was one of our covers. And Ray Leonard Jr., the son of boxing legend Sugar Ray Leonard. Yeah, so he had some very amazing, courageous men. So when you get an opportunity, go to courageouswomanmag.com and check that out. It is there, and you can check out what we've done. We wanted to get an opportunity to honor men. It was Father's Day, and in the wake of the George Floyd murder and the many, many murders of our African-American men, African-American people, period. We wanted to make sure that we had something that we wanted to do was get how the men were feeling. I wanted to know how they were feeling as African-American men. And so we got those questions answered. So it's a really, really good issue. And I hope that you will go and check it out and see what we be doing over at Courageous Woman. So it was a blessing and an honor to share these powerful men, sharing their businesses, sharing what they do, and encouraging and empowering the readers. So I'm looking forward, though, to being part of this summit and being in Mississippi next month. Mississippi. Don't you just love the word Mississippi? I learned how to spell Mississippi way back in the day when Grandma and Big Mom would teach you how to spell Mississippi. What was it? M-I, crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, humpback, I. And if Big Mama and Grandma didn't teach you, Good Times, the TV show, taught you. So make sure that you tune in. If you can come, I look forward to seeing you there in Mississippi at this summit. But today I'm going to talk about being a media rock star. I had some slides, but we've been having some technical difficulties today, and I want to do this without those slides. So it's all about being a rock star. And when I think of being a rock star, I think of the many musical artists that we love, like Michael Jackson and Prince, and some of those amazing artists that we loved their image, we loved their music, we loved everything about them was inspirational, and we followed them. We sung their lyrics, we played them at our parties and our dances, and we just enjoyed. And we continue to follow them, follow their brands, follow their new music, their new videos, everything about them. We continue to follow them. And I think the same method can be used as in media, becoming a media rock star. So the same type of brand that they had, the same things that they did to gain the followings, having great content, great music, those are the things that kept people loving them. So those are the same things you can do to keep people to following you, people loving what you do. So one of the things that I say, or let's say three things that I say that you must do to be a rock star, a media rock star, is you gotta show up. It's 3 ways that you gotta show up. The first way to show up is being fabulous. You gotta be fabulous in every aspect of your business, not only in your personal appearance, but in your website, in your social media marketing. All of your marketing materials need to be fabulous. And that means you might have to invest in yourself, but it's okay to invest in ourselves, right? Yes, you got to invest in yourself. So number 1 way to be a media rock star is how you show up, and that's showing up fabulous. Number 2 is consistent. You got to be consistent. You can't be talking about shoes and purses this week, and next week you're talking about car engines. You got to be consistent with your message. You got to make sure that people know what you're talking about. You can't just be willy-nilly all over the place. You got to stay consistent with your message and with your fabulosity. So you don't get up today and you looking all good and fabulous, and the next day, in the next video, you got your sleeping bonnet on. Now, granted, there are some businesses that do, their part of their brand is wearing bonnets. So I'm not knocking anybody, and I love some of those brands as well. But business, I think you need to show up. When you want people to pay attention to you, take you serious, and buy your products, you want them to click your likes, click your payment links, you gotta be fabulous. You gotta be consistent in every part of your brand. Be consistent. Number 3 is influence. You gotta be influential. You gotta be saying something that's powerful, that's inspirational. And when you're inspirational, it brings you to motivation. So when you inspire people, it motivates them to go and do what they've been called to do. So you got to always be uplifting and empowering people, and that is going to bring them back to the yard, because people want inspiration. They want motivation. You know, social media and putting great information on our website is like, it's like a doctor's office. Like, people come in there because they need some help. They need some motivation. They need some inspiration. And that's what's going to keep them coming back, especially if you're offering them something that's going to empower them, that's going to help them in their business. It's going to help them in their relationships. It's going to help them in their parenting. People are looking for help. So you got to be influential. If you want to be a media rock star, yes, you got to keep pushing your brand, stay consistent, and stay influential. Yeah. So those are the top 3 things that I say, me personally, that you got to do to be a media rock star. And that is showing up. Showing up. You got to show up. So we're going to talk today about publishing. Why publishing? Because I'm a publisher. Of course, we're going to talk about publishing. So there's so many aspects of being a media rock star. However, we're going to just talk about one today because we don't have that much time. So plus, we need to save some for when you come to Mississippi. So publishing, that's what I do. Been fortunate enough to publish over 160 women in our anthologies. And the reason we do anthologies is because women are looking for opportunities to accentuate their brand. So being part of a group, a collaboration book is a very, a great way to move your brand, because you get an opportunity to connect with other women or men, whoever is in your book. You get an opportunity to connect with all of their brands and all of their social media, because everybody's must promote everybody, right? So you get an opportunity to connect with all these other authors. And not only that, you get a chance to meet new people. So that is a great way to push your brand, is to write a book, whether it's a chapter in an anthology or your whole book. So if you're ready to write your book and you need help writing your book, call us. We'll help you write your book. I have quite a few clients who are writing books, and writing a book doesn't mean that you have to write a 300-400 page book, because most people say, I don't have time to write a book. I don't have the time. I don't have enough information. I don't know. So writing just a chapter in an anthology, all you're responsible for is writing that chapter. And so that may be a couple thousand words, equivalent to maybe 4 or 5 pages. So that's much more doable for people, because you get the same benefits. In a collaboration book, you get the same benefits of an author who's producing her own or his or her own book, as opposed to just writing a chapter in an anthology. So like some of our anthologies have become bestsellers. So that means every author in the book is now a best-selling author. So that makes it a lot easier for you, a lot it's a good thing to put on your resume, put on your social media. You are a best-selling author. So a lot of our authors had that's all they had done is write a chapter in an anthology. So that is a wonderful thing for them, because I see that on their social media, best-selling author. They put it on their resumes, best-selling author, and that's a great way to be part of something, especially if it's something meaningful and that is something that inspires and empowers people, being part of an anthology. So, but those of you who are ready and you're ready to write your own book, you got your idea, there's certain things that you need to have in your book that's going to move your brand, that's going to make it more profitable. And so those are the things that we're going to really get into later in Mississippi. But for now, we're going to talk about publishing, two aspects of publishing. We're going to talk about publishing content. Publishing content, that's what we do at Courageous Woman, because not only do we feature the women in our magazine, they're on our website, which gets picked up by search engines, and people Google information, and if we have articles on those subjects, they end up on our website, so that gives them an opportunity to see other things that we're doing and follow us and support the other projects and the other women that we feature there at Courageous Woman. So that is key, is creating great content for your website, for your blog, not necessarily for your social media. You can, I tell people to advertise on social media, to share your links to your articles that are on your website. Because if social media left you today, what are you gonna do? If Facebook shuts down or Instagram, all your information goes to, because you don't own that. You own your website, though. You can put all your information on your website and you can keep track of it. You can continue to share. You can share it years later. We have articles that people write me about, something that they read years ago and they want to find it and they couldn't remember the title or something. So we'll find that and we'll send them the link because it's still there. It stays there. So those are the things about content. Content really moves your brand. It gets people to know who you are. It gets people to know your brand. There's a rule in marketing that people must see your message 7 times. Remember this, people must see your message at least 7 times in order for them to take action. So it means you got to be consistent with putting your message out there. You got to be consistent with telling people who you are, promoting your product. You just can't put your product out there one time and think everybody sees it, especially now with the algorithms. Not everyone sees your posts on social media. So you have to build a mailing list. That's one thing about being a rock star. You got to have your audience. So your audience is your audience, not just your social media audience, but your audience on your website, so that you can communicate with them at any time. And when you're promoting your products, promoting your service, when you're working on your rock starism, then you have your own audience, and you got to know your audience. You got to inspire your audience. You got to know what they need, know what they want, and give them exactly what they want. Give them what they need to bring them in, bring them to the yard, and keep them there, and keep them coming back. When they leave, you need them to come back, right? So you got to be consistent with putting out great content. That is it. Great content. Say it. Great content. Another thing is publishing. Woo! Publish a book. A lot of you have already published books. Okay. Publish another book and another book and another book. Keep publishing books, because we keep getting information, and there's people who are following you that have your book, and they'll buy your next book and your next book and your next book, because you're giving them information, valuable information. You got to keep pushing, got to keep coming up with something new, keep going. That's what they're doing, what music performers do. They keep coming up with great music, great songs, like Babyface. He has an entire so many songs. So you have to keep pushing and keep developing. Always be creating. That's what I tell my kids. You got to always be creating something. You got to always be doing something new, something fresh, because if you have people that love what you do, they'll keep supporting you. So you have to keep developing, keep creating content, keep writing books. You got a new business, make sure that you have a book that goes with your business. Because when I go to networking events, people are always giving me business cards, and that's cool. But I'll be honest with you, I have a whole shoebox of business cards. No, I have about 3 or 4 shoeboxes of business cards. And I do keep them, and sometimes I go through them, but I haven't been able to do that. And quite frankly, I don't do it very often, to be honest. But there's those who give me a book, and I have those in a special place, and some are on my bookshelf. But when I need a special subject, we're going to be doing an article or project or something, and I remember those who have given me books that are based on those subjects, I'm going to go to that book first. Before I even go to the business cards, I'm going to go to that book, because for one, that person is an expert. Obviously, they actually have more content than what's on a business card, so I can go and get some more information about them. I can go to their website. I can read their book and get all the information I might need for that article and include them in it, because now I know exactly what they offer, because they gave me a book, not a business card. So be conscious of that. Always remember that your book is your best business card. And it doesn't have to be, like I said, a 300-page book. It could be a 50-page book. It's about the content. It's about the information. So some people get caught up on, oh, I couldn't do but 50 pages. If it has value and it has enough information that the person or people are looking for, then it's all good, and it's quicker. And now you got that information out there, and you're leveling up your profitability. First of all, your visibility and your profitability, because you just created a product that you can sell, and you're giving information. And quite frankly, the books open up so many more opportunities than a business card. It certainly sets you apart. You get an opportunity to do speaking engagements, and so many other things with your book, other media opportunities, other podcast interviews, radio interviews. There's so much more that you can do with a book if you take a little more time in developing enough content to create a book or a chapter in an anthology. And those of you who have anthologies, who have contributed to anthology, we actually have a project coming up or a class coming up that we're going to help you. If you really loved your chapter you did for an anthology and the subject, and you would like to see that as a full book, we have a class that's coming up that would teach you how to turn your anthology into a full book. And that's coming up on our website. You can go to courageouswomanmag.com and get that information. That's courageouswomanmag.com and get that information. So definitely the things we're going to talk about today and in Mississippi is one of the things is publishing, because that's what I do as a publisher. So I'm not going to hold you too long, but I wanted to just jump in and make sure that I'm here for Kern Cherry in the Level Up Your Visibility and Profitability. And my thing is publishing. And I love publishing. I love publishing books. I love helping women realize their potential, really get out there, get exposure. When you're ready to get your exposure, call us, because we'd like to feature you in the magazine. Not only is it about the magazine, we feature in social media, we push you offline, online, offline. We're going to be there to help you push, promote, or produce your product. So make sure you follow us at courageouswomanmag.com, join our newsletter, subscribe to Courageous Woman, and we'll make sure that you get all of that information in your email. So without further ado, I am going to shift this back over to the level up your visibility and your profitability Summit. Thank you for listening. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure you follow us, courageouswomanmag.com. Thank you.
So everyone, thank you for being here today. You could have been anywhere else, but you're at the Level Up Your Visibility and Profitability Conference. I want you to think about some of the tips that you got today, and I want you to start implementing them, like creating your own podcast, starting your own email list, get that list transferred over to CRM. You know, do something that's going to help you be visible. You just heard Talisha Berry of Courageous Magazine. Y'all seen my covers. If you've been on my site, you know that's an amazing magazine. Write up, amazing people featured in that magazine. So you want to go and get with Talisha because she can help you become a superstar. She can help you get your name out there. Because the one thing you don't want to do is take a break right now just because it's uncertain times. It doesn't have to be that way. You need to take those tips. Like my girl Pam Perry said earlier, you look, if you don't have awards, start getting them. Look them up online. Start applying. Take care of you. You are a brand. So you want to be right back here tomorrow so that you can learn more about branding yourself. That's right. Brand you, because you are a brand. You want to make sure that you're showing up correct. I already told you who's coming to play tomorrow, and it's some more powerhouse speakers. I hope you like what you're seeing, because guess what? Several of them are coming to Power Up Summit July the 24th to 26th on the Mississippi Gulf Coast in Biloxi. That's right, in Biloxi. Shout out to our hotel, Hilton Garden Inn, because they're going to be housing us, and they're right on the beach. Hilton Garden Inn, Biloxi. You don't want to miss the conference that's going to be here in Biloxi, Mississippi at the Civic Center. I offered you a special on the elite ticket. You can't beat it. It's $100 off. So get your tickets. PowerUpSummit.com, PowerUpSummit.com, and put in Power VIP and get your discount. Power VIP and get your discount. It's worth your time. So tomorrow we will kick this off once again at 5:30 right here, streaming live. You can't miss it. We're on YouTube. We're on Facebook. My page, Power Up page. You'll be able to find us. And by the way, share this out because some people missed it. So go ahead and share it out and start a watch party because people want to know what you just learned from being with us here today. So once again, join us tomorrow. We'll be right back here live at 5:30. You don't want to miss us. Level up your visibility and profitability right here at Level Up.